Am I on now? Yeah. Yep. Am I on now? Yeah. This is Tuesday, July 21, 2026. We'll call the meeting to order, and we'll start off by saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. No, 10.
We'll have a roll call from the clerk.
Commissioner Simmons,
Here.
Commissioner Walker,
Here.
Mayor Vetter,
Here.
Commissioner Wade,
Here.
Commissioner DeBras.
Here.
I have a note in the business agenda. Evidently, in resolution number R-90-26, the word disaster was misspelled, and so hopefully that can be corrected. I think we'll take a motion to approve the amended resolution number R-90-26.
So moved.
Support for the motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded that the agenda be amended for resolution number R-90-26. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That motion is approved. Now we'll ask for a motion to approve the business agenda and the rules of conduct.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have a little bit of discussion about our business agenda, if I may.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, it's a little bit difficult to make comments about a business agenda when you have a packet that's so thick. We all know we're going to be here late anyway, but I'm going to say it anyhow. If you look at our business agenda, we have under old business, starting out, let's see, ordinance O-7-26, that's a second reading. Last time around, we had a first reading. Next one is third reading. We had a second reading last week, 2 weeks ago. Last one is another one. We have a second reading tonight, but we had a first reading 2 weeks ago. Then we get into the tabled motion, which that's okay, we can pick that up. But the new business that we have is this R-66-26, and a lot of these that follow were actually new business last time around, and we didn't get to them because everything was going really late, and we had another one of these monster packets. Anyway, I'm going to wind up voting no if we don't change our business agenda. That's just a heads up.
Okay. Thank you. Other comments about the business agenda? Let's see if there's support for the business agenda. Need a motion and a second.
I understand Commissioner Simmons' comments. I don't know if he wants to offer something to address it or just have those comments on record.
Okay, I would make a motion that we start out with R-66-26, work our way down to the two that got added, so items 1 through 8, and then we can go back over to tabled items and old business with the reading of the ordinances.
Support for that motion?
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded that we start our agenda tonight with resolution number R-66-26. Did I have that right, Paul?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Let's take a roll call.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Walker,
Aye.
Mayor Vetter,
Aye.
Commissioner Wade,
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras.
Aye.
Okay, so we will, we have to approve, I think, our minutes from the last meeting first, and then we'll move on to that. So now we're going to talk about the approval of minutes from the July 7th, 2026 City Commission meeting and the July 8th, 2026 executive session. Is there support for approval?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have a moment of discussion. Received a letter this afternoon from a concerned citizen. Says, please be advised that the draft minutes for the July 7th, 2026 City Commission meeting included in tonight's agenda packet do not accurately reflect the substance of my public comments across the 3 separate agenda items on which I spoke. Additionally, the same is true for a number of other citizens who made public comments that evening. Approval of these minutes as currently written fails to maintain an accurate public record. Should the commission vote to approve these minutes without correcting them to accurately reflect my actual comments, I am fully prepared to take formal legal action against the city to enforce public records and meeting accuracy requirements. I strongly urge you to table approval of these minutes until they are amended to accurately represent the record. Mr. Mayor, I would move that we table these minutes until we can have them corrected.
Support for the motion?
Before I am willing to make that second, would council or chief want to add to this?
Good evening, Commissioners, if I may. There is no requirement that meeting minutes be verbatim. I don't know if that's what's being asked or not, but just so you know, there is no necessary requirement that public comment, I misspoke, that public comments regarding any ordinances, resolutions, et cetera, be a verbatim statement of what was said during the meeting. Instead, what is true, full, or inaccurate minutes, they must contain sufficient facts and information to permit the public to understand the discussion of matters brought before the commission or board. Sufficient is defined as much as is needed or enough. Information is defined as informing or being informed as something told or facts learned, news or knowledge, data stored in or retrieved from a computer. Full and accurate minutes shall contain sufficient facts and information to permit the public to understand and appreciate the rationale behind the commissioners' or board's decisions on all matters indicated on the agenda for all public meetings. If you do decide to table the minutes tonight for further consideration, it would help not only for the clerk to be able to amend those minutes, which what it is that you think that is missing or is not sufficient in the summary that was given.
Thank you. That is helpful. I also received the email from Mr. Yenny about an hour and a half ago, and without being able to go back and see the distinctions between the two, and I don't really see what it hurts to second Commissioner Simmons' motion at this point in time to see if those inaccuracies do exist. So I would be willing to second it and to allow it to proceed to a vote.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to table the approval of minutes, and now we have a second to that. Let's call for the roll call.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Walker,
Aye.
Mayor Vedder,
Aye.
Commissioner Wade,
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras.
Aye.
So the minutes, the approval of the minutes from the July 7th, 2026 City Commission meeting and the July 8th, 2026 executive session are now tabled for further review. Okay, now we're going to skip down to resolution number R-66-26.
A resolution to approve a final plat with dedication for Whitetail Bend, Section 1 and 2.
Presentation.
Kim, could you put my slides up possibly? Thank you. Good evening, Commission. Before you today is for the approval of the final plat and development plan for the Whitetail Bend subdivision, Section 1 and 2. Looking at the existing conditions currently, it is a 22.72 acre parcel, rezoned RE6 back in November of 2024, along with the preliminary plat and plan being approved in November of 24 as well.
I have a number of comment cards, and I'm sorting through them.
The section in front of you today was previously referred to as Deerfield Section 4 and 5. It was renamed Whitetail Bend Section 1 and 2 when Deerfield Sections 1 through 3 were no longer being requested for the final plat. Out of the 22.72 acres, 3.44 would be dedicated to, as public right-of-way for street infrastructure and other utilities, and 4.36 acres would be open space controlled by the HOA, which includes the stormwater retention pond on the east side of the property. There are approximately 75 buildable lots, and after both sections 1 and 2 would be built, with the existing Lambert Drive right-of-way 60-foot extending to its dead end there at Deer Crest Way, and 2 new roadways, Deer Crest Way and Stag Hollow Court, being constructed as well, along with emergency access connecting the 2 cul-de-sacs that was approved in the preliminary plan, in case there was need for EMS or safety services, an alternate route to access the subdivision. After thorough staff review and contracted PE review, it has been determined that the final development plan meets all stormwater requirements, including the large retention pond on the east side of the site. SWIP plan was also included in the construction plan documents provided, and has been determined that that meets all stormwater requirements as well. Some additional information regarding the stormwater, routing from this new subdivision. The proposed subdivision would route a majority of the stormwater down the stormwater infrastructure on Eagles Lake Drive, proceed to the Eagles Nest Pond, heading north across 185 through the creek that runs through the golf course and out to Echo Lake. And a small portion of it would head south and then run directly east to Sunset Drive, where it would also enter Echo Lake. The Eagles Lake Pond is able to be utilized as it was approved in the Eagles Nest build-out, where there was easements both on the inlet and outlet side for maintenance and utility easements for city infrastructure to utilize that pond for stormwater infrastructure. Before you today is consideration of the final development plan and plat, and the question is, whether that is in conformance with the approved preliminary development plan after thorough city staff review and, once again, contracted PE stormwater review. It has been determined that they are in conformance with this final development plan. This is the last step in the process for subdivision approval. It has went through Planning Commission and City Commission for the preliminary plat, and has been through Planning Commission for the final development plan and plat. This before you today went to the Planning Commission in April, where it was tabled, then proceeded to go to the Planning Commission on May 12th, where it was informally provided a positive recommendation with only a 2-1 vote, but for a formal recommendation to be brought to City Commission, it has to have a majority of the whole commission. So it went back on June 30th of 2026, where it received a positive recommendation and a 3-2 vote with 12 conditions, which are shown in Exhibit B. Today we have Rob with D.R. Horton, Tyler with Choice One Engineering, the engineering firm for the developer, and I have also Nancy Toby here with Access Engineering, who is our contracted PE for this review. I'll invite Rob to come up and speak if he feels so.
Thank you. Move that up. Thank you, Mayor, council members. Rob Smith with D.R. Horton. Thank you for taking us through the history on this one. We're here for final plat approval. This preliminary plat was approved in November of 2024. That plat set out the lot size, the lot count, the minimum square footages, et cetera. As you recall, that's also when it was agreed that Eagles Nest would be cul-de-saced at our expense. We would be mounding around there, and some of the other nuances that were agreed to at the preliminary plat stage. And that is what the preliminary plat stage and rezone stage is for. That's where those political determinations are made. That's what you all are elected by your constituents to make those decisions on. it's important to remember where we are again. We are at final plat stage. You do not have to be in support of the vote that was taken at the preliminary plat back in November 2024 in order to vote for this today. These are two very different things that we're voting on. That decision was made, and I know a lot of people are not happy with it. Some of you all voiced your vote at the time, as was your elected right to do so. But again, we are here at the final plat stage now. We are charged with showing that we are going to construct with the construction drawings that have been shared with the city. We are going to construct what was agreed to and shown at the preliminary plat stage. And that is what we are doing. The stormwater retention pond and outflow has been designed by Choice One Engineering. It has been reviewed by the city's third-party engineer and approved. They can tell you better than I, and they will if you have questions about those specifics, that this pond is engineered beyond the required EPA standards. Again, it's been reviewed and approved. You will hear some people probably say that we are emptying this water into the Eagle's Nest Pond. That is not really true, and here's why. We are emptying our water into the public storm infrastructure that is already in place, which, keep in mind, the water from this site already runs that direction. We're not changing the natural flow of the water. It runs that direction already. The purpose of a storm retention pond is to hold back that water because we're putting in impermeable surfaces, obviously, with roads and sidewalks and rooftops. That water will be held back and released at a designed rate, which is no faster than it leaves the site today. And the second purpose of a storm retention pond is actually, per the EPA, to release cleaner water than we used to have back in the day. Water that would just run immediately into our creeks. It now sits in the retention pond. It has a natural cleaning process before it is released. So we are connecting into the existing storm retention, the existing storm system in the city where there are easements where this water already runs today. Yes, the Eagle's Nest Pond is downstream from that, but that water is already running there today. And with the development of this subdivision, it will be running no faster, and it will actually be cleaner water that is running in there today. So that is a really important distinction to make. I'm happy to answer any questions. This has been a long process between Planning Commission and then here, and then back to Planning Commission and here. This is the 6th time I've been here since April. And I know it's an important, this is an important issue, and we're happy to have these conversations. But it's really, really important to make the proper legal distinction between what was already approved in the preliminary plat stage and this final plat. You do not have to like the vote that was taken 2 years ago to know and believe and be honest that this complies with the preliminary plat and should be voted on today. So I'm happy to answer any questions. We got multiple engineers here who are better at answering the technical questions than I am. But I appreciate your time, and I hope you'll take consideration of the things that I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a number of comment cards, and we'll move into those. The first one is from Valerie Mulligan.
Good evening, Commission. I'm Valerie Mullick, and I live on Piqua Clayton Road, just west of this development. I've also just been apprised of some new developments happening my direction, and I have requested through a FOIA request to get information regarding annexation of property moving west out of Piqua, past Spiker Road. I have yet to get any information on that. It's been about 10 days, maybe a little bit longer. There's been chatter for a couple of years about annexing property to Newberry Washington Road. And I know that my neighbor, just a couple driveways away from me, is selling their property, a sizable property, just west of Piqua. Now, all that land west of this project holds water. That project plat holds water. And no disrespect to the engineers who have reviewed this, but where does water run? Water runs to the lowest spot. You can run it, all your drainage system that you want into Echo Lake, but I got news for you. That water's going to run to the lowest spot. It's going to start at Eagles Lake, and it's going to go west. It's going to affect every property west of this development. This is an insufficient plan for this property. There is nowhere for the water to go, even now. I mean, you can walk on my property right now, and you know how dry it's been, and we've just had rain in 24 hours. You walk on my property right now, literally, my feet were wet leaving my property today because there's nowhere for the water to go. You can dig 18 inches to 24 inches down, and you will see water laying in my ground. I am 1 mile from this property that they are wanting to develop. The water runs to the lowest point, that is west. The Miami County Conservancy District knows this. The Miami County Soil and Water Conservation District knows this. We need better provisions if we're going to build that. It has to happen. And I'd really like to know what's going on with the property west of that. Why is it being bought up? Why are you talking to my neighbors? Why are people stopping at my property asking about buying it? What is happening? What is being annexed? What is not being told to those of us who own property out in the country that don't want to be annexed into the city? Because I'm going to tell you right now, this is not okay. This is a land grab going on here, and it is not okay. Not when the federal government put over $100,000 worth of work into my home to make it accessible for my handicapped husband who's a disabled veteran. It is not okay. I can't rebuild my home, and I can't start over somewhere else because I don't have the means to do so. It is not okay. And in the meantime, you're looking at destroying my property by building houses that are going to flood a pond, a retention pond that's already existing, and actually two, really, the Eagles Lake and also the Deerfield Pond. I mean, I have pictures of the Deerfield Pond from last April. My goodness, you guys, it flooded the whole daggone road. It flooded people's homes. It's not okay. We need to come up with a better plan if we're going to build on that land, and you sure are not going to build that many homes on that land, not with the amount of water that is sitting there. So please, I implore you to not push this project forward. It is not okay to do to the people who are already established. Thank you.
I have a comment card from Greg Bookhart. I need that one back. She's got a second.
Thank you very much. My name is Greg Brookhart, 1009 Westview Drive in Piqua. And I would first of all like to thank the Commission for enduring the last meeting. I was, quite frankly, appalled at what I heard and some of the language, and I admire you all for getting through all that process. So thanks for your service. Thanks for what you have to put up with. I will guarantee you this is going to be a little lighter presentation I'm doing, so there won't be any there won't be any problems, I don't think. So I'll give you my qualifications first. I'm a PEPS. I worked 41 and a half years as Assistant Miami County Engineer. I reviewed plans for numerous highway, bridge, and county subdivision plans for compliance standards. Having said all that, I will humbly confess that I'm probably not the sharpest tack in the room. I have over the years reviewed what I consider to be good plans and other marginal or poor plans. You have heard comments from my friends and neighbors at past meetings and will after I'm finished as well. What I really want to talk about tonight believe it or not, are lessons I learned from my mother. So this is, you haven't heard this last time. Lessons I learned from Mom. I grew up in a family that was from the era of My Three Sons, maybe Leave It to Beaver, and that's what we watched. Dad worked and full-time, and my mom brought up the kids. She cooked, cleaned, and I was a Spring Creek Township room mother, but and was took care of 3 boys. She drove us to baseball and football practice, cheered us on, and taught us life lessons to make us better men. Do your chores that your dad gave you. Respect your elders. Love your neighbors. Say please and thank you. Work hard when you go to bale hay for the neighbors. Apologize when you mess up. But most of all, never take the easy way out. Never take the easy way out. And never be satisfied, here's my point, never be satisfied getting by with minimum standards. Never be satisfied with that in life, or you will regret it later. One night, when she asked if I had my homework done, my math homework, and I happened to be watching Gunsmoke at the time, I said everything but the bonus problems. She knew those were minimum standards. I had done the minimum standards, but I had not worked on the bonus problems. So she sent me back, and I did the bonus problems. I never regretted that. And once I got into engineering school with 4 quarters of calculus, as Nick probably knows, and differential equations, and worked my way through all that, I was glad that Mom told me to work hard and never do just what was minimum. This all brings me to the original preliminary plan we fought for a year and a half ago. We have, from the very beginning, our group has contended that the plan had some errors. This is not any reflection on choice 1 or anyone else. I just wanted to say that there are a lot of things in here that are not making sense to me. A lot of it is with the townhouse lots, there's not enough room to park. The streets have been narrowed down below standards. The empty promises from the staff are what bothered me most, because when we left the last meeting, the very last meeting, a group of us stood back here. We were told by one of the elected officials that came down and said, they knew we were disgruntled, but they said, take heart, you will have an opportunity. This was his words, this is only the preliminary plan. There will be ample opportunity for you to voice objections to this plan. And those promises were never kept. I sent an email to the planning office back in early winter, asked if they had heard anything from D.R. Horton. The response I got back was, we haven't heard from them for months. And so that brings us to this point, and I'm out of time, I think. So I'm going to just say, ask yourselves, should we develop to minimum standards? Minimum street standards, they don't meet current standards, I'll tell you that. And the lot widths are just bare minimum for RE6 lots. It's not what were developed on RE6 lots in the Crawford's plat. They're all a lot wider. They average about 65 feet. These are 52.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I have a comment card from Katie Hamilton.
Good evening. Katie Hamilton, I'm at 2109 Eagles Lake Drive. So my house will be 3 houses from where this new plat will be developed. We already have water problems. I know we've said over and over that we're not going to increase the flow, but putting over 70 homes on 13 acres is going to increase flow. Whether you have them on slabs, whether you have them in basements, whatever you want to call it, you've now moved the soil. You've now displaced all that water. Flow is going to be greater than what the minimum standards are even today. And to the gentleman before me that spoke earlier, developing to minimum standards, right? So we've said that they conform. They've met all our requirements to meet plans and shared those for months and months and months. But at the planning meeting I was at 2 weeks ago, we still haven't even received soil samples to know if they're testing the soil to the minimum standards and if they're building on those soils at minimum standards. I question whether or not we can say soil samples, a natural resource, are proprietary information. Perhaps how the builder builds on that soil is proprietary, but not the soil samples themselves. So I really struggle with, are we conforming? Are these plans really meeting even the minimum requirements that the city of Piqua has put in place for a development like this to occur? And in addition to that, let's start talking about house values, right? My house value has almost tripled in the last 6 years since I moved into this neighborhood. So when is my reassessment going to occur when we start building houses a third the size on a quarter the size of the lot that I'm currently on? Who's going to bring back any of that equity that I've worked so hard to build and paid the taxes over and over and over to ensure the city can create plans for our hydraulic systems to meet 40-year standards that we still don't have a formalized plan to meet? I struggle with this and not understanding how the value of my house is not going to decrease with also the water increasing that comes down my street and in my basement. In addition to, I'm really worried that we're not even meeting or getting the minimum information to approve the plan in the first place. If we can't share soil samples, what else are we designing around? What else don't we know that's being communicated as proprietary? I struggle with all of the above.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Thomas Lillycrap. Is Tom here? There he is.
I just wanted to show a little bit of concern about this. I do have quite a few family and friends that live in that plat there. I kind of want us to look at the plat that I used to reside in that was in the late 99 called the Greens of Spring Creek. Minimal lot sizes were half, 3/4 acre lots, similar to Eagle's Nest. We developed about 15 homes in that. That plat didn't take off real well, so they borrowed $1 million against that plat, and they built the village of Spring Creek. Well, let's go back to the date when that was completed, and on the same size property that we have our homes on, they built 127 homes on that same size lot. So what happened there? All the water from that plat, they only built one retention pond. Our plat that has 20 homes in it has 2 retention ponds, 3 acres apiece. And where's all that water go? Goes down Rush Creek. Where's Rush Creek go? Down Piqua-Lockington Road. We might want to look back since that plat has reached its final. That Piqua concrete has flooded 3 times since then because Rush Creek can't handle the water, nor can the retention ponds that are supposedly in place for holding that amount of water. So my concern is what's going to happen here is going to dump over there on 185 and in Eagle's Nest, and they're going to have a hell of a mess there. Because the developer even stated that they're going to put in a infrastructure that's going to hold the water back so it goes at a slower rate. Well, I'm sorry, when you put a dam up and you hold the water back, it's got to go somewhere. Going to go in someone's basement, probably. So along the lines of that also, Rush Creek also runs behind Stockham. Have multiple friends that live there. Last couple of years that they've lived there, they've lost 50 feet to 90 feet of their property because the water is eroding their property away because of the influx of water off of 130 homes that were downsized by 3/4 of the size of the lots that were supposed to be built, but we didn't develop that. We rezoned it, we replatted it, and now we have these homes that are not on a lower scale, but they're built on a way smaller lot, a lot more street, a lot more roofs. There's nothing to absorb the water. Take that in consideration.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Andy Berner.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for hearing our side, or a side of a very important issue. For me, my neighborhood, and even the city.
Andy, could you pull the mic a little closer, please?
Yep, sorry.
That
And I
works.
want you to remember as we go along in this, I've added this, I talk about quality, meeting requirements, minimum requirements. I don't think Piqua wants to be just medium, meeting requirements. We want to have quality. At any rate, on the way up the stairs, I noticed there's a panel. There's 4 panels. And one of them says, building an inclusive, innovative, and collaborative community that propels Piqua forward. We're back to quality. The one, well, they talk about propelling Piqua forward. Well, D.R. Horton Development, as proposed, is not doing that. It's not that. I spent a lot of time in the city manager's office, and we, on the pond, and I speak of a little narrower issue, the pond, the private pond, we pay money to maintain that. And of course, well, first, it's time to recognize that the city manager and city staff have put us in a real bind. Listening to D.R. Horton's line of dishonest and deceitful promises, you take a look at the original proposed and what is before you tonight. That's not what they said. Our former city manager and some city staff have slipped the development right in before, and remember, we're going to talk about master planning services tonight, right before the 26-27 master plan is beginning preparation, the hiring of a firm. It's totally ignored the last 2 master plans that date back into the 60s. D.R. Horton and the city have ignored what is the basic premise of a plan, and that is collaboration, listening to the people that are going to be residing, operating businesses in the city limits. What a slap in the face. City Manager Obendorfer, the captain of the administrative ship, has provided us. The transparency, collaboration, and trust is eroding. It's eroding faster than that house out behind Stockham. Far faster. Future work for collaboration and support of the projects are being washed away thanks to this development. This development issue is one of several recent issues that is destroying trust, transparency. It's destroying lithium battery fires, the data center issues, and now this. And it's also eroding the dealings we have with other jurisdictions, our townships, our county, future developers who want to bid on a project, want to come work for the city. Now, we have one tonight that's willing to take that on, and good for them. I trust you will keep on them, and will. This future, what the Oberdorfer and this saga is really punishing a great city. What does it take for our city elected officials to put the welfare and wishes of its people before a company who has decided to transform a large size of prime land into a second-rate moneymaker for themselves? Remember, they are drooling over the rest of that property, what I guess it would now be 1, 2, and 3. They've created a great deal of discord, has been so uncooperative with our fellow citizens, as you can tell by all the meetings. And they will go one way or another, destroying a lot of families' American dream. I fear the departure, D.R. Horton's legacy, will scar those families. Furthermore,
Your time is up.
May I request just a little bit more?
Please finish quickly.
Okay, I will try very hard. We just should not meet minimum requirements. City staff has argued that they've been met, so has D.R. Horton. That's fine. But we don't want minimum, we don't want quality. They are rated, Horton is rated at the bottom or at the bottom of the quality scale. We don't want that kind of quality.
We're going to have to end your presentation. You've had your 5 minutes.
Okay. Just, okay. I've seen people get a little more time, and I'm sorry. I would like to read just the closing, if I may. Understand, the whole analysis of our city water system has been woefully, it hasn't been done. We have so much that we've got to do that. Hopefully, our master plan will do it. But right now, we've got this baggage that is being created. We gotta go, so do I. And I want to just remind you that these unwanted, unanswered water quality issues, the poor stormwater plans, the small yards, the smaller streets, as will be affected by this, is not good. And what it boils down to is D.R. Horton just doesn't play well with others.
Thank you for your comment.
So please remember the quality and the water issues as well.
Thanks, Andy.
I have a comment card from Greg Neves.
I'd like to know how you plan on these people getting utilities out there when we can't service the data center. Now, you're going to franchise the data center. Are we allowed to franchise also?
This is your time for comment.
Huh?
This is your time for comment. So make your comment,
Well, I'd like
please.
to have an answer also.
No, you're making a comment. This is a comment time.
Yeah, we know that.
This is comment
Their
time.
lips are sealed.
This is
Well, furthermore, that is what I've got to say, is I don't see how you're going to be able to supply them with electric when you can't supply the data center either. The AES has to come in, and I think that this is going to be a discrimination situation. If you're not going to allow us to franchise, you shouldn't allow them to franchise.
Thanks for your comment. I have a comment card from Michael Yanessi.
Mike and Sue Yanessi, 14 Eagles Way. Here not just because we're one of the owners of that pond, more importantly, we're, like you, citizens of Piqua. And we have provided for those that are looking into our community a number of temporary moderate housing options. We already have that inventory, and that's great that we do. The commission before you did change our last medium-sized lot inventory. Now, all we have are R6. There's large, medium, and small. And the medium lots were adjacent to Deerfield, Eagles Nest, and everybody that lives there assumed and was told that the integrity of their development would continue in the future. So here we are on the anxiousness of this new company coming to town that is going to bring jobs. A gentleman said 300 people are going to be walking in and out of there every week. What will be revealed is that this new company is paying for our utilities, paying for Piqua utilities to go down to Farrington and Washington, paying for those roads to be developed. With them, they'll bring support businesses. The highway department is extending I-75, the 3 lanes, to include all 3 Piqua exits. And if you look historically with Dayton, when it was booming, Vandalia grew, then Tip, Troy. By George, it's Piqua's turn. I suspect that we won't recognize that interchange in a few years. We've been begging for jobs for generations, good-paying jobs. I think we're here. I think we should try and capture of all those jobs, all those new businesses, that commercial development that we've been wanting. We should try to capture a balance of those employees that earn above average wages, that maybe want a lot that they can play wiffle ball in or put a swing set in. I don't think we can assume that everybody wants entry-level housing. We want those people that will become invested in Piqua, make it their home long-term, not short-term, long-term. And we want them to share with us in the pews on Sunday. We would like for them to have their kids play on our sports teams, go to our schools, help share in the tax burden. Piqua's been known to take care of those that are a little challenged one way or another. How nice it would be to spread that over higher income families. They don't all have to look to the south or north to be able to find a homestead. The threads that make Piqua such a great blanket to be a part of are made up by individual families, as you all know and we've experienced. So I am optimistic for Piqua, and yes, we got a water problem, but I have marveled at the city structure that was able to gather funding together for Lock 9. I marveled at what they did at 36 and 75 to get an Olive Garden, Chipotle hotel there. We wanted the high income tax from medical dispensary. We found a way. It was difficult to squeeze that in between Long John Silver's and a gas station. Couldn't find a way to get in and out, but by George, the city staff found a way. They found a way to give the sub-station downtown over $100,000 to improve their building, which they don't own and we don't own. We found a way to find some money, $300,000 for downtown alley. They were wise enough to find some money to tear down this property across the street from us.
Your time is exhausted.
Given Andy Berner's, sorry, Andy, I think our staff is qualified to address this water issue and to make it less of an issue by reinstating the zoning as it existed before. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a number of cards. By the way, if you filed a card in the last meeting that we suspended at 10 o'clock or so, it was pretty late. I still have those cards here, so I'll be going through those. I have a comment card from Brenda Allenbaugh.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Brenda Allenbaugh. I live at 2709 Piqua Clayton Road in Piqua. I'm here to reiterate my concerns of water flow. And I gave you all an attachment, and I can send it via email too. I attach it to the public comment card because I do want to ensure that some of this information is documented into the agenda notes. I'm representing myself and others west of the Platte. This includes 340 acres between the Platte and Spiker Road. I live on Ohio Century Farm, which is designated a 100-year family farm by the state of Ohio. Therefore, we understand how the water flows and the tiling systems on this ground dumping into the designated plat area. Choice 1 and D.R. Horton have stated 2 years ago there will be no issues. They will ensure all current systems continue to flow properly. However, no one has reached out to ask what those systems are. So I've documented the ones on the north side of Piqua Clayton that directly flow into this plat. And I ask that this documentation be entered into the public record in case flooding occurs once these tile systems are disturbed by Choice 1 and D.R. Horton. Currently, there are 4 issues I want to go over, and they're all water-related or tile-related. The first one is the picture that I gave you that documents the 3 systems that are currently there now that come from Spiker Road. All water runs west onto that plat. The first one is north. It's a 6-inch tile that goes through Red Apple Acres and goes onto that system. The second one is the big rice tile drainage system that goes through the middle of our property and goes into the plat. And the third one is a tile system that has multiple basins included in it that goes just north of Piqua Clayton that flow into the city right there. We currently have holes in that tile system going into the city, and the city has confirmed it is their responsibility to maintain these. And I did receive an email from Shane Johnson on May 21st that those holes will be taken care of, and they never were. So I will continue to send notes on that. There are also 3 other areas in the package that I need further clarification on. Now, you may not be able to give me that clarification, but I can send more emails to get it. But this is just so it is documented. Under, I think it was, Choice 1 said, stormwater comments. Verify no additional stormwater is flowing on-site from the west. And they noted no additional stormwater is flowing on the site from the west. Okay, there is water. It flows from the west onto that property. You may not call it stormwater, but all of the farm fields flow from the west onto this site. There was also another note that was, I don't know if it was in the city's notes, but it said, city to meet and work with Washington Township and Miami County regarding the development. Then the follow-up says, Washington Township and Miami County do not have any jurisdiction regarding this development, and city staff do not recommend this condition. I don't understand what it means when the city staff does not recommend this condition. Does that mean that they don't care about water flow? They don't care about working with Washington Township or Miami County? And then the other note was elevations of any existing agricultural drainage tiles. Those would be the tiles coming from our property onto that. It says, the development stormwater infrastructure has been engineered to handle all runoff and drainage. But then it says, city staff do not recommend this condition. So I don't know what that means. City staff does not recommend this condition. But in closing, I just want to make sure that this is documented, that there are tile systems that flows from the west onto that plat, so that once they build these houses and they disturb the water flow and we start flooding in the fields if it's not done properly, that we have something to come back on for litigation. I would also recommend anyone in the area that's been up here talking or lives in the area to take a lot of pictures this year. Everyone around our area is taking a lot of pictures of the groundwater, and we've had some pretty big rain systems, so we know how quick it's dissipating through the field tiles now. So that you have that for documentation for future litigation. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I have a comment card from T.J. Manson.
Thank you, Commission. T.J. Manson, 6 Eagles Way. Just to point out, today we had 2 inches of rain in about an hour's time. Eagles Lake raised 2 feet in 2 inches, or 2 inches of rain. Also to point out, Mr. Kaiser's comments and Mr. Smith's comments were conflicting. Mr. Kaiser says the pond water from their development will run to our lake. Horton says it doesn't. Who's right, who's wrong, don't know. Also to state that we heard from Mrs. Tinkler several weeks ago, and she's one of the original developers for our community, and she stated that our lake was not designed to handle that much water. So I like to reference back to last meeting's agenda, the packet on page 119. Yes, the Planning Commission approved Resolution R6626 with stipulations. Of course, the city staff does not recommend any of them. For those commissioners that came to the Planning Commission on June 30th, you are well aware that whomever wrote the packet is skewing the Planning Commission's words. The Planning Commission was very hesitant to pass and only did so with the recommendations of 12 different topics that they saw and wanted to be addressed. If you were not present during this meeting, reading this packet, this far-fetched packet, you would believe it is a no-brainer to go ahead and pass this. This couldn't be more far from the truth. And to also, we would like to let the commission know that we still have not been contacted by the developer, like the city packet states. A little history for those of you who were not on commission back then. Back in November 24, a few volunteers drafted a petition. In just a few short days, we received 294 signatures from Deerfield and Eagles Nest opposing the development. We presented it to the commission and at the following meeting. We also hosted a meeting with both neighborhoods where the vast majority of the people were against the city allowing this to happen. Our top concerns are water problems, which we already experience, our property values, not keeping the RE10 existing style homes like the plan at Piqua handbook states. With rezoning and allowing D.R. Horton to move forward with their small streets, you will have problems with I was on a run, that's when I thought about this, not enough parking, nowhere for the Amazon, FedEx, and UPS drivers, along with EMS, all to be back there at one time. Not kidding. Moving forward, I'm the co-chair of Eagles Lake Homeowners Association. We met and voted on April 12th, 2026, that we, like Deerfield, do not want D.R. Horton's water to run into our lake. 80 acres of water. Can you imagine if we got 2 inches today and we raised 2 feet? What would 2 inches adding all 343 homes do to our backyards? I can't even imagine. I can't imagine. We have spent tens of thousands of dollars in 4 years to correct the 30-year problems that we already exist. If you listen to the Choice One engineer, he stated many times it's the HOA's responsibility to dredge our lake. Well, 4 years ago we got a quote. It was $150,000 then to do so. The Planning Commission suggested the water be ran down High Street instead of Eagles Lake. The city staff, once again, doesn't recommend this. It makes us wonder why. Is it their goal to destroy everything we worked for? Let's also touch base on what the Choice One engineer mentioned last meeting. The new development's pond will be like a bathtub, and I quote, for those of you that were there. The overflow will go to Eagles Lake, opposed to what Rob says, same that Mr. Kaiser says. The overflow will go to Eagles Lake, and what it can't hold will spill over the top. That means, to me, the members of my community that live on the other side of the bathtub will be flooded out. Basements full of D.R. Horton water, insurance claims, ruined homes, mold, Plumbington property values. I believe it is the city's, I believe the city had an engineer on staff. Keep in mind, Troy has 3. This development wouldn't be happening and we wouldn't be here today.
Your time is up.
Okay, unfortunately, I have a lot more, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, TJ.
I have a comment card from Stephanie Davy.
Good evening, Stephanie Davey, 5 Peregrine Avenue, no place. Just been there 2 years. Before I say anything else, I want to offer a sincere apology to the commissioners and to your families. We know that public service comes with scrutiny, accountability, and disagreement, and that that's part of the responsibility that you accepted when you chose to serve. But no one should have to endure repeated ridicule, intimidation, personal attacks, or public humiliation simply for serving their community. I would like to touch just briefly my husband, Wayne Davey, who is the analytical one of the two of us, who unfortunately was not able to be here tonight because of work. He was nominated by a city staff person to sit on Planning Commission. Once he was nominated to sit on Planning Commission, it was suggested that he recuse himself or abstain from making any votes relating to this resolution, stating it was a conflict of interest. And I would argue that he, in fact, has interest in the conflict, and those are two very different things.
Quiet, please.
I know that, Commissioner DeBras, you are in your position because you wanted to see things changed where you live. This is why you are commissioners. This is why we as citizens sit on committees and boards, because we take interest in the conflict and feel like we have an ability to change some of the things that affect our lives directly. And that's true with Mr. Commander Davey. I also want to point out that tonight what is absent from the agenda that was in the July 7th agenda were those 12 recommendations that the Planning Commission submitted to the city. And I will correct TJ, my understanding is one of those recommendations the city agreed to, which left 11 recommendations opposed. And when the verbiage and the language is used strongly that it was voted with a positive favor to pass, that was not addressing those 12 recommendations as TJ stated. So I want to, that's how I want to leave. But this is the thing that has me the most concerned tonight. Not the most concerned, it has become an additional concern. I believe that the atmosphere that has been developed in these meetings has discouraged many of the respectful residents from participating. When these meetings repeatedly become platforms for grandstanding and personal attacks, often by individuals who do not live in our city, it becomes harder for the voices of the citizens who do live here and have genuine concerns to be heard, and that is a loss for everyone. Over the past several weeks, I've spent a great deal of time thinking about what a real solution might look like. I believe that we should fiercely protect every citizen's right to be heard. Freedom of speech is one of our nation's most precious liberties, and I would never advocate to change that. At the same time, freedom of speech was never intended to become a license for any one individual or any small number of individuals to dominate meeting after meeting, consume public comment on nearly every agenda item, and prevent the people's business from moving forward. Public meetings exist for a reason. They're meant to provide transparency, invite citizen participation, and allow our elected officials to conduct the business they were chosen to do on behalf of us. These goals should never be in competition with one another. Every citizen deserves an opportunity to speak, but every citizen also deserves a government that can function efficiently, respectfully, and with dignity. I don't believe the answer is more hostility or more public shaming. I believe the answer is more citizens like our sitting here tonight who are willing to stand up for civility, respectful disagreement, and productive dialogue. Civility is not weakness, nor shouting or cursing strength. It is courage to honor one another's humanity, even when we strongly disagree. Hence the need to adjourn 2 weeks ago's meeting, because everyone needed a snack and a nap. Because at the end of the day, every one of us is helping write the story of this city. The question isn't simply what decisions we make. The question is, who are we becoming while we make them? May we never forget that before we are commissioners, critics, or citizens, we are human beings, neighbors that are sharing the same community and the same future. I want us to be known as a city where people can disagree with conviction, treat one another with dignity, and leave something better for those who come after us.
Yeah, your time has expired.
In the end, we will be remembered far less for the positions we defended than for the humanity we extended. Let's be a city known for conviction, courage, and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Yvonne Wyan.
Yvonne Wyan, 1016 Westview Drive. Good evening. When one decides to build, I think we can all agree that we start with a good foundation. This probably would include the topography of the area. Any issues? Right now we have water issues. Should this not be solved before any building starts? How do you build a good foundation on a problem? Of course, you would also want a builder with good standards. Darrell Horton is at a national standard of 1.7. This is not even a standard, and one of their comments is always the standards, the standards. If you want to build a good home, would you do a company below that standard? The high density of housing prepared really needs to be looked at. If there is a value in this issue, then how does building so many houses in this area solve that problem? I would think less houses would mean less runoff. How about instead of 52-foot lots, make the lots 65, like D.R. Horton does in Troy? Included in this would also be wider streets and cul-de-sacs, like in Troy. I would hope we consider the residents who are experiencing water issues first and not as an afterthought. Finally, why were the residents of Deerfield and Eagles Nest only notified 2 weeks before the October 2025 meeting? Obviously, this has been in the planning probably a year prior to this. This subdivision was already planned by that time. Where was the transparency? Why couldn't you have notified us, your constituents, of this proposal? If there had been prior notification, we probably wouldn't have what appears to be three factions: the city, the planning commission, D.R. Horton, and us. Just think of what could have happened with the collaboration from working all together at the beginning. We could have had senior citizen housing, wider streets. We could have kept our zoning as it was and had executive homes. Your no vote tonight would ensure that the citizens of Piqua issues are your #1 priority. We need to take care of foundations before we do any building. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Jonathan Wessel.
Maybe it's from last week.
I
still have mine in front of me. That's okay. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. So a lot of the discussion has been around stormwater, obviously, with this project, and the premise from the developer seems to be that there are no impacts or no change in the impact to the amount of stormwater that is coming down the street. But I also want you guys to kind of keep in mind that every house that's built on that lot is going to be charged a stormwater fee, right? And so the premise of that is that for every home that's built, there's a downstream cost to the city. And so we charge everybody a little bit and we help take care of those costs. So for every house they build, there's a linear relationship between the number of houses and the amount of revenue the city is going to get in stormwater fees. Those fees are intended to deal with the downstream impacts of the stormwater. So I think it seems clear that the most immediate downstream impact of the new stormwater is to the pond that my neighbors are talking about. So I don't think that the developer did anything wrong here, right? They met every requirement of our development code. They met every standard that the state has. I'll take them for their word that they used the most conservative estimates, that they did everything the right way. So for me, the frustration is not with the developer, but it's that after all this time has elapsed, what has the city done to tell us what those downstream impacts will be. So the developer did their homework. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. What's the impact on the site they're developing? But then the question is, what's the downstream impacts? So I think that the questions are really more directly pointed at the city. I'd also like to echo the comments of my neighbors that I did go to the Planning Commission meeting, all 3 of them this round. I went to the Planning Commission meetings. This is before I was at City Commission meetings, I was at the neighborhood meetings that we had at Washington School. There were a lot of things said, and I think like there's one thing that my neighbors will learn, that it doesn't matter what's in the staff report. It does not matter what somebody tells you. If it's not in the legislation, it's not happening. And so I wouldn't take anybody's word for it that anything is going to change unless it's in black and white with the mayor's signature on it. So it'd be great if we could hear from the city specifically on those conditions that were on the approval from the Planning Commission. I'm not sure why they weren't addressed or mentioned at all. Typically they are. We can keep going through public comment, but at some point we're always kind of going to repeat the same thing. So it'd be great maybe if we could take a pause and answer some of the questions, and then that would avoid some maybe future comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Amanda. Is it Pixick? Pixick, is that right? Hopefully I pronounced that correctly.
No, you didn't, but you're not the only one. It's okay.
Hey, thanks.
It's Amanda Piaszczyk.
Oh.
It's Polish. 3848 West State Route 185. Like Jonathan just said, I think we're going to have some repetition here. But in the Planning Commission, I had just asked and discussed, and then it was addressed, that I wish that there was a little bit more investigation and communication about what would happen when the water reached 185. The property I own is the first stop after the pond. We already have quite a bit of flooding on the property. I have livestock on the property with manure pits pretty close to where that water runs. Across the street, my neighbor has horses. So we're talking about contamination of wells as well. So I just want to address that again, remind everybody of that. Thank you for what you're doing. And I just also hope that we think about the future. As a teacher, as a person with a master's in climate change, probably 2 degrees that people are like, wow, you could be pretty pessimistic. I try to remain optimistic, but we have to work together for our children's future and for our planet's future. Thank you.
I have a comment card from Adam Sees.
Adam Cease. I'm a citizen, business owner, and I happen to sit on the Planning Commission. I heard somebody say that there were optimistic votes. Well, I happen to be one of the not optimistic votes on this particular issue. I also heard the gentleman from D.R. Horton say that tonight you're going to hear a bunch of stuff from these people back here. Well, I'd like to remind you who the people back there are. They're your constituents. They're the ones that put every one of you up here. So I think those are the people you should probably be listening to. I don't have a problem with the project, obviously. We were told a lot of different things. What I would like to address is, where does the water flow now? Well, I decided to drive out there multiple times, and you guys probably can see this, but and I've sent Mr. DeBross a video, but at the end of Eagles Lake, there's actually a big kind of like hump at that field. And there is also a utility easement, which could solve the problem of where we could run the water, because I was told as a commissioner that we couldn't run the water anywhere else other than in those folks' pond because we didn't have any access to the creek. Well, guess what? The city's utility easement, which has both gas and electric, and it's probably about 20 feet wide, I would say, has more than enough room for that water to go directly to that creek. I think the reason that we avoided that is probably because the county's going to be mad. So I'm guessing, since I talked to a county commissioner and the county engineer and none of them knew anything about this, it's probably, well, let's sneak it in their pond and flood their yard and flood my mom's yard and flood Mandy's yard, and then the county won't know about it. So I highly suggest that you vote no on this. The 12 stipulations, I wasn't for any of them. I just say you vote no. If they want to come back and run it down the utility easement and avoid running it through people that already get flooded's yard and ruining their pond, then that's fine. Then I would vote for it. But as it stands, I think that was avoided because it probably costs more money. And, businesses like D.R. Horton are in it for the money, not for the people. So, and I also agree with the people that say, I don't know who the heck said that there's nobody looking for homes like that. I've tried to buy a home in Eagles Nest 3 times. I've got outbid by some of the folks back here. That's fine. But, there's a lot of us that work hard, make a lot of money, and would like a big home. And guess what? That's the only place in Piqua that's actually in the city limits that you can buy a house like that. You can buy older homes, along Park Avenue and stuff that are large. But, as far as newer homes, that's about it. And then Mr. Lillicrap said something about the creek behind his place. I actually have a friend who owns property with that creek, and over the last few years, that road that runs down there, I forget the name of it, I should remember it because I used to live off of it, it floods like it never had, like something you've never seen before. So I'm not completely against the whole thing. I'm not trying to be, a pain in this guy's butt, but people have issues with it. And like he said, you're going to hear a lot of things from a lot of people. Well, these are the people that elected you. And you should listen to the people that elected you, not to BlackRock or anybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Nicholas March.
Good evening, Commission. I kind of want to approach this from a broader perspective. If you get on the Miami Valley Conservancy District website, you will see that this whole site lies upon our aquifer, which is known as the Great Miami Buried Valley Aquifer. Now, if you look further into this aquifer, it's what's known as an unconfined sand and gravel aquifer, and it's filled with glacial sand and gravel deposits. Now, the characteristics are extremely porous, allowing water to store and move quickly, as we've noted tonight. The region's municipal water systems and about 97% of local residents rely on this system. And it's on the site, you'll see that it's listed as, its vulnerability is listed as high because it lacks a thick clay or solid rock, what they call a ceiling. And rain and river water can soak directly down into it, making it highly sensitive to surface runoff and or chemical spills. And I'll speak to that as well. So it also can experience gravitational tide, like from poles from the sun and moon. That's often why you'll see basements that heave up and, destroy themselves, sub pumps giving out, being overtaxed, and just the general just saturation of the land up there. Sometimes it'll be greater, sometimes less. I know they did a core sample. They didn't give the Planning Commission the results of that core sample. I don't know whether you guys were given the results of that core sample, but that was one of the things that was requested. Now, I will speak to the chemical runoff. In April of 2005, we had levels of atrazine in our waterways that were recorded at 59.57 parts per billion. This is a cancer-causing endocrine disruptor. It comes from common household use chemicals known as Chemlon, Roundup, and other, let's say, pesticides used on farm fields. So in 2010, we had an outbreak in our lakes, an atrazine outbreak in our lakes, and it killed off thousands of fish, belly up. So you're talking about destroying an ecosystem. You're talking about having not only impacts on the residents' drinking water, but impacts on our ecology and the wildlife that depends on that, on those waterways as well. So, there's no greater resource to a community than its drinking water. I'm sure we all agree with that. Now, the development itself on site may not be the problem because it meets codes and variances as any other development would. The issue is its placement, the site placement, and how its surroundings will affect the site placement, and also how the site itself will affect the rest of the topography around it. You cannot change that surrounding topography. You can't change the rain. You're not going to change the amount of rain. What's going to happen is there's going to be an increase in volume of water just naturally, whether it be human impact, and there's going to be, the impact from just activity, building, is going to adversely impact most everything. Even though when you build out these projects, you typically have fail-safes in place, that's still not going to mitigate. I mean, you can mitigate the impacts, but you can't ultimately resolve all the impacts that this has. Once again, when this is all said and done, the impacts downstream are going to far outweigh anything that you see in the immediate when it's completed. You know, it's going to take time to realize those effects. So that's one thing we have to take into consideration is the topography. Historically, we've seen how these upland build-outs have affected the downland, the lowlands, and those include erosion, increased water runoff, all the silt buildup in our waterways, an increase in chemical runoff, as I just mentioned, from the atrazine. You're further stressing all the environment when you're adding stresses to an environment that are already stressed. So you're just adding, you're compounding, further compounding an issue and stressing it more. Now, they may say, oh, the fail-safes have been put in place. We have a catchment pond that, it meets the 100-year flood requirement and all these things on site. That's on site, okay? But what they can't control is the surroundings to that site. and how that site will be impacted by those surroundings, and how those surroundings affect that site, and how those effects determine how that site is affected, and if that site eventually affects those sites downstream, downland. And I know, Frank, you ran on these issues about protecting our waterways. This is a big issue for the community. We have no idea how or what the plans are for Stantec yet. We don't know which way they're going to go. Usually in a watershed, the plan is to build out trees so they will soak up the water. Stantec has proposed, and one of the proposals is to clear out trees. What Kevin Cringy refers to as the bottleneck by the cemetery. There's plans to remove up to, what did it say? Moving up to 2,400 burial plots might be on the table at Forest Hill Cemetery. Just to increase that, what do they call it, the bottleneck, so there could be an increase for more water flow so that we meet ODNR requirements for this 100-year flood event that probably will never take place. So these are very serious issues that go beyond local and on-site concerns, but rather impact the community at large, further stressing already stressed sites, like I said, that we already experience adverse effects or impacts from upland. To take into concern the health, welfare, and safety of the community is foremost, and our utmost responsibility. Our waterways, they're literally the lifeline of our community. These waterways will be adversely impacted through this development. Water volume will be increased, water flows will be increased, lowland impacts will be increased, and we as a city still do not have a complete plan with Stantec in regards to our waterways of Franz Pond, Echo Lake, and Swift Run Lake. A different site is being requested for this development.
Thank you. Greg Brookhart, I have two comment sheets and one was from the previous meeting. You've already had your one opportunity tonight, so I'm gonna pass on the second one. I have a comment sheet from Kim Heisler.
Hello, guys. A lot of this is probably stuff that was already mentioned, just kind of almost like a recap. So we have a compromised city. For a long time now, we've been compromised. There's been like zero transparency. When this actually came up at the Planning Commission quite some time ago, these folks got together, they created a great unit to come together in unity and sign close to 300 signatures down in how they wanted things to happen. They're still sticking together. They're still trying to do the right thing. They purchased those homes knowing that it was going to be what the city said it was going to be, which was larger homes. That's what they expected. Turns out, not so much. So we're at a compromised city again. We've got he said, and they're two different things. We've got folks saying, where's the soil samples? Well, where are the soil samples? We've got a planning commission that is put in a box. They're told, here, you guys sit there, make sure that you can check this box. Does it meet this thing? Does it meet this thing? If it does, then check the box. These guys went out of their way and made conditions. Passed it according, if these conditions are met, then, we'll pass it. Apparently, only one passed. So these guys went out of their way, stepped outside the box to do what they should have been doing, put stipulations on, and it still didn't matter, just like the citizens coming up here talking time after time after time. We're being heard, but nothing is being said. There is zero deliberation up there. We have no idea where you guys stand. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing, or everybody's in your own silos, and you're expecting that just because, you know, this group wants this and this group wants that, whoever has the most voices on the commission wins. I mean, I don't understand. At what point, what do we have to do as citizens to actually make a difference? Because right now nothing is happening. 300 signatures meant nothing to you guys. And I can't say you guys because I don't think everybody voted last time until you guys are new. But what is it going to take? Because it seems like since the beginning of the year, the same thing is happening over and over and over again. What is it going to take to get you guys to deliberate in front of us so we can see what your thoughts are, so that we can hear how you're making decisions? I don't know. I mean, I don't have the answer, but I do know there needs to be a lot more transparency, and it's going to make the citizen, I for one, I would assume those guys too, a lot better to hear conversation up there. I've gone to many planning commissions meetings, but I didn't go to the last one. And they deliberate, they talk, we communicate, and it feels really good when you get done out of that meeting because everybody participates. They come along with a solution or something to move forward with. It feels really good. It feels like you worked as a unit. You guys, it seems like we're being shut down time and time again. There's no movement forward. There's just us coming up here, beating to the drum, going back home, and nothing's happening. There needs to be deliberation up there. Jonathan said earlier, you know, I'm sure we're going to hear the same thing, and we have for I don't know how long. We've heard the same thing. Any one of you guys can say, you know what, Jonathan's got a great idea. Let's just pause for a moment. Let's have a conversation up here, and then we'll get back to more of this. No, but you guys all have the power to do that. You're choosing not to. Why? Why aren't you asking for soil samples? Why aren't you asking for these things that need to happen and have in your hand so that you can trust what these guys are saying is true? Don't just believe what you hear, like someone mentioned earlier. You got to see it in writing from the mayor to believe it. 2 weeks before being notified, again, someone else mentioned, where's the transparency? You guys know it.
Your time has expired.
Also know that just because you guys use contractors and we're paying big money, doesn't always mean they're going to be working for the city. They're going to be working for the other side too. So I would strongly suggest you guys put some money in getting a lawyer for you guys to help make decisions that's going to help the people. That would be great. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. I have a comment card from Rich Price.
I got nothing in this fight for this development, but I can only tell you what I know where I live. So where I live, when you built the water treatment plant again, you changed the whole topography. The street used to go gradually down to Hardin Road, and you made it flat. And the ditch that used to drain my street now goes a certain distance, and then it disappears because the ground's higher. So I've waterproofed my basement. I've added filters to my well. My neighbor has crayfish in his yard. Now, I wasn't aware that crayfish can live in the aquifer, but evidently they're drowning because what used to flow off the property where I live and the surrounding areas has now been leveled out for the water treatment plant. I worked for a company. What I did was I built hydroelectric, water diversion, irrigation, diversion, around the world. Not little stuff, big stuff. And we always dealt with impervious ratios, how much land can go, how much water can go in the ground, and what are you going to do with the water? So when you're thinking about doing this and you have a company that's hired someone to do a study to make sure the water goes somewhere, maybe what you need to do is have the developer hire an independent company to oversee what this water plan is, to make sure that it's not, as we all know, the person in their pocket, because that's how it works. It's how it works with everything that comes here. Data center, AES, all that stuff, they got a guy in their pocket, and they go, here's our authority on this subject. And everybody just lets it wash right by. But I feel sorry for you folks having this go in your backyard. But I know what, I've lived in areas where we had impervious ratio. You could only cover your property with a certain amount of structure that couldn't absorb it, or you had to do, you know, retentions and whatever. But I gather from what you're doing over there is you've decreased the lot size, shrank the streets down, less and less space for water to actually go into the ground, and then you're going to put it in somebody else's, the runoff is just going to go in somebody else's problem. Because I have standing water. Like if I went right now to go mow my lawn, even though it hasn't rained, I got to run my mower through 2 inches of water on the back corner of my property because it doesn't drain anymore. One, they've got a mound there. Two, I believe the water department, whatever water's not drinkable, tell me if I'm wrong, goes into their mounds they have beside the water plant. Whatever goes in there, I don't know. But that just adds to the whole problem. But maybe you need to get an independent, somebody the builder can pay for to properly do a study to see where the water's going to go, or build a bigger house.
Thanks for your comment. TJ Manson, you've already had one opportunity tonight, so I'm going to pass on your second request. I have the final public comment card from Steve Yenning.
Good evening. I feel sorry for you tonight. I'll keep this quick. At the last meeting, it was the last meeting, the guy from Choice One and from D.R. Horton was outside. I mentioned to them that they could submit their stuff under in-camera review to the city. It would be exempt from public records, from the Public Records Act. And the city actually hired a professional engineer, outside engineer. She was at the Planning Commission meeting. So I don't know why that hasn't happened. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe I've exhausted all of the public comment cards. Are there questions from Commission about this resolution R66-26?
I got a good one.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Kaiser, these plans are such that they're stating that they're going to have their own retention pond, but overflow is going to go to Eagle Lake and Deerfield, right?
I'm going to have Nancy Toby with Access Engineering come up and discuss the stormwater. But as far as the overflow, I mean, that's in an absolute critical situation, and Nancy can talk along those lines.
They're directing all of their stormwater to the retention pond. Anything that goes over and above the 100-year storm event, which they still have another 1.8 feet above that. If you get to a 500-year storm event, it will overflow the basin.
Right, but it will go into those other retention ponds. Correct.
It'll go from the retention pond, it'll overflow it in spillway and go to, I'm sorry, the street name, Eagles
Right.
Lake, thank you.
Okay. So, I didn't have any further questions for you. If I own a piece of property, within the laws of the land, I should have the right to do what I want with my property, right? If someone else wants to do something with my property, should they have the right to do that, even if I say no? So TJ actually brought up this folder, and it had property lines around this retention pond, okay? And those people own that property. That HOA, they voted on this and they said, we don't want that water. And yet we have others who are telling them, well, you know what, we're going to fill up this one pond, and you know, if it's just too much, then it's going to overflow that and it's going to go downhill, and oopsie, it's going to wind up in your thing. But the sheer fact that they mentioned it reveals intent. And to me, between that and 12 conditions, for approval, you'll never get me to vote for this.
Right, please. Other questions from the commission?
Yes, I have several. But first, I would like to make a motion for Ms. Allenball asks that we enter the pictures that she sent into the record. I would make a motion that we submit the pictures from Mrs. Allenball into our minutes for the next meeting.
Support for that motion? Second. Second for that motion. We have a motion to introduce pictures submitted by, I think, Allenball Farms and Sharon. Yeah. So we'll call for a question. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That motion carries.
Thank you. My first question, I've talked extensively with members of the Planning Commission who put restrictions on or conditions on their approval of this. What was the decision behind removing those stipulations from the point it came out of Planning Commission and came before us as the City Commission?
So as it was pointed out, city staff only recommended one of those 12 because that one is ideally pertinent to the fact that this is looking at approving approving that the final development plan is doing what the preliminary plan that was approved was set out to do. A lot of these additional conditions are studies, evaluations, field investigations that are not requirements that are a part of the subdivision approval process, and for consistency in our processes. And at the point of where this subdivision and it being a final development plan and the approval being, does it match or is it doing what the preliminary plat that was approved asked for us to do, as it is not a part of that. City staff feels to be consistent in our processes that, those aren't recommended for this developer to have to do.
Okay. Can you take back to the slide that showed additional stormwater information and you had the picture of where the water goes once it leaves this proposed development?
Which one is that?
Okay, yep, I can do that.
I'll tell you when you get there.
Right there?
Yes, this one right here. So, Mr. Smith, I tongue-in-cheek apologize that you've had to come to the city of Piqua 6 times for these meetings and had to endure the questions and the back and forth. Believe me, I'm well aware of what is in front of us and what my vote is or is not on. I was one of the folks who were up here when the original one came, and I was one of the no votes during that process. And I will be a no vote tonight as well, because while you may have addressed the minimum standards as to the water in the site, what has continually been failed to be addressed is where that water goes once it leaves your site. I have been told multiple times that we, as the city, that it would be negligent for us to invest any money in Hunts Pavilion, into Echo Lake, into Swift Run, into Frantz Pond, until we have a decision on what we are going to do with the hydraulic canal. Now, I don't see then how in good conscience we can continue to develop to the west of town and continue to route water into that hydraulic canal until we have a decision on how we're going to move forward. So, not just am I going to be voting against this, but I will be voting against any developmental plan on the west end of town that does not address the point from which the water leaves the site and ends into the hydraulic canal. And with that, I will yield my time.
Do we have other questions from commission?
I was at that zoning meeting, and it was not an easy, it only passed because of the stipulations, period. And that's it.
Quiet,
So
please.
unless those are in place, I have another no vote.
Yeah, okay. Other questions from commission? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. We're considering resolution number R-66-26. Let's call for a roll call. Do we have a motion to approve that resolution? Hearing none. Let's see, we can call the roll, I think, on what we'll do with the resolution. So let's take the roll call.
I said, Mr. Mayor, I'll make this a little bit easier procedurally. I move to call the question on resolution R-66-26 and encourage my colleagues in joining me in opposing.
Second.
Motion and a second. Let's take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Simmons?
Nay.
Commissioner Walker?
No.
Mayor Vetter?
No.
Commissioner Wade?
Nay.
Commissioner DeBras?
Nay.
Next, we're going to move on to resolution number R-82-26.
A resolution authorizing the interim city manager to enter into a contract with Fishbeck Engineers for I-75 exit development area master planning and engineering services Phase 3.
Commissioners, Kevin Craney, Utilities Director, City of Piqua. I'm here tonight to bring up the third resolution in a series of planning and evaluations and work needed by Fishbeck to fulfill our obligations on the 11-3-25 water and sewer agreement, development agreement, TIF agreement, and everything associated with the build-out of the area of the industrial park on I-75 exit 78. We went out for three bids or three qualifications back in the about 2 years ago to see who we would use for these investigations and these studies. Fishbeck Engineers was chosen to do that service. The first resolution, and these are all in the whereas of the resolutions, all the specifics, but we had a resolution number 1, which is mainly water and master planning related, a second resolution continuing those efforts, and now we're in the third resolution, which is going to be mostly street related, the widening of Washington, Farrington, and the roundabout designs, and then some water and sewer master planning work. The total of these three is $2.678 million. This money has already been deposited into our escrow accounts at Fifth Third Bank, jointly operated between the City of Piqua and J5 LLC. And I take any questions you have on this resolution for these specific issues, the projects that were in your packet of what's going to be designed during this Phase 3. Thank you.
I have a comment card from Kim Heisler in reference to this resolution.
So Kevin, I heard you say that it is in the escrow account. Is that out there transparent so we can all see that now yet? And if not, why not? Can you answer? If
No,
it's-
this is the
if
time
it's-
for you to comment.
I understand, it's my time for comment, but you guys should be backing us up on this also. This is the data center project, right? It's expansion, it's hiring contractors to do this. Yet, we signed an NDA for the end user. We didn't sign an NDA to keep everything else quiet until that comes out. Nothing is secret now, right? Why don't we have this visible? Why don't we ever get updates on what's happening? That part's not secret. It's the end company that's secret. It's our money. They're paying for it, the developer's paying for it. But part of it is actually making sure, and the oversight, to see that what you guys saying is happening is actually happening. Because I believe with Bricker Graydon, one thing was mentioned, but yet something else happened. Where can we have the oversight to actually see what is true and what is not? I'm just saying, we need more transparency, guys, because this is not working. If it's such a big deal coming to the city and we're gonna make lots of money on this data center thing, why aren't you excited? Why aren't you telling us about all these jobs, all this stuff that's coming in? Tell us where we're at. Nothing. Why is that? Have you even asked yourself, why is that? Has anybody looked at the development agreement in full yet, completely? Because I really think you should. In that these things are, you guys gave up your legislative authority to say no to these things. If you've done that, which you have, you can at least be transparent so that we can see what's happening. That would be fantastic, and at some point, it'd be really good to see that stuff. I don't feel like we should have to come up and ask over and over and over and over again, because that part shouldn't be that should be transparent. It's not a secret. I just don't understand. Thanks.
Thank you.
As for Ms. Heisler's escrow account, I agree. I want to see those escrow transactions. As you know, we have been in the midst of transition in finance director. We had a part-time finance director for a day and a half, and now we are back to our original staff. So we are working on a schedule of how often we would like to see those transactions updated, and we would take any guidance from commission on how often you would want us to show those escrow transactions, a summary of the accounts.
Good, thank you. I have a comment card in reference to this resolution from Chris Wheelock. Is that right?
So I haven't done a prepared speech in quite a long time, probably not since my high school and JVS days, so you'll have to bear with me here. So I kind of struggled in writing this speech. I could have come up here and I could have slandered you and degraded you and kind of what we've seen up here lately. I could have come with a bunch of facts and a bunch of science, but I'm not. I'm going to try to plead to you as human beings and fathers, sons, husbands. We've all raised families here. We fell in love here. We've had heartbreak here. We've had triumphs and tribulations, and when I say we, I mean everybody, including you guys. We're all Piquonians, and by now you know I'm one of the collectors of the petition going around for the data center ban. I'm going to share some stories. Well, not really just stories, just kind of what I've seen in the last 7 days I've been involved with this. It's unity. I mean, I haven't seen unity like this since the days right after 9/11, where it didn't matter if you're Democrat, Republican, your religious faith, whatever, you're just an American. We're Piqua citizens, including you guys. We all make mistakes. I've made a mistake by waiting too long to get involved, and for that I apologize to my community, and I apologize to you. The measure of a man and a leader is being able to make a mistake, own that mistake, and take actions to correct said mistake. So saying that, I would ask you guys to make a motion tonight before you leave this building to adopt the data petition center ban, put it on tonight's agenda, use your emergency 3-reading rule to waive all 3 readings, pass it, vote all 5 of you to pass it, show some solidarity with your community. Let us sit down. Let us talk together. It might not hold up in court. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know, but we can at least wait it out, have some conversation, a little bit of discussion. I thank you for your time. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Great.
I have a comment card in reference to this resolution from Jack DeFord. Jack DeFord? It was filed during the last session on the 7th. Is Jack here? I don't see him. I'll pass. And I have a resolution card for public comment from Alicia Lang.
Hello. So the main thing I'd like to say about this is I don't believe that an interim city manager should make a decision for someone that is coming in and will be filling this role. I don't think the chief of police has the educational background in what it needs to enter into agreements like this. I like Rick as a person, but I would just say that leave this for the actual city manager that is the replacement. I also want to echo Chris's sentiment that I've never seen unity like this in our town. There's a lot of people that have a lot of things to say. We've got the feelings police on full force, and that's great. I love history. I love the Constitution. I love this country. And I love free speech. And I just wanted to share a couple famous quotes because I love quotes. The first one, everyone says, well, I've heard, well, not everyone. Few people like to pipe up and say, I'm not Piqua. I went to school in Piqua, raised in Piqua, walked to the Y and swam a mile before school every morning in Piqua. I actually have a business now in Piqua. I've had a business in Piqua. I have a business address in Piqua where I pay rent in Piqua. I also have residence address. I have a little apartment here. I don't have to disclose that to you, but I am. So for people to say I'm not Piqua, I'm absolutely Piqua. And I love old school shows, black and whites. I'm a fan. My kids, one of their favorites is I Love Lucy. So I would like to quote Ricky Ricardo. And he said, Lucy, you got some splaining to do. And so I feel like that fits here. You guys have some splaining to do to the people. I've heard core samples, soil samples, water studies, traffic studies. Please do this, do that. Please, 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 please. We got a win today. That was good. That was good. And it was right on time for the recall. I think that was a good play. It was a good move. I wanted to also address that. I am just astounded at the turnout. I'm very proud of this community. It's amazing to witness everyone coming together. I didn't know how the recall thing was going to go, but it is going awesome. So there is a weekly calendar that is posted on Stop Piqua Data Center's group on Facebook. You can see when and where we have signing opportunities. So another quote that I would like to share is, to be prepared for war is one of the most effective means of preserving peace. I also would like to quote Evelyn Beatrice Hall, and she said, I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend it to the death. I will defend to the death your right to say it. I'm sorry I misquoted, so I will quote it again. I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. And so everyone that has come up here, that's how I feel. We can all say different things in different ways. We can wear different outfits. We can be from different sides of town, but everyone should be listened to because that is a constitutional right. So I thank you for that, and thank you for listening to my comment.
Thank you. I've exhausted all of the comment cards. Questions from commission in reference to this resolution?
I heard someone say something about we have given away our legislative right to vote no on this. I haven't given away any legislative right. Watch me vote no. Thank you.
Other comments from commissioners?
No.
Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion in reference to resolution R-82-26.
I'll make a motion to adopt.
Support? Is there a second here?
Yes, second.
Been moved and seconded that resolution number R-82-26 be approved. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. The resolution is passed. Now we're moving on to resolution number R-83-26.
A resolution authorizing the interim city manager to modify a contract with ClearGov, Inc. to add to the scope of services.
Good evening, Commissioners. This resolution would allow the Finance Department to incorporate additional modules into the ClearGov software. If you'll recall, this software was purchased in 2024 and is being utilized to create our budgets. All the departments are utilizing the software so that now, instead of each department having multiple spreadsheets and Excel documents, everyone is utilizing this particular software in the same way. The additional modules would mainly increase transparency and the ability to create easily readable reports and take complex data and put it into charts and graphs that would be easily recognizable to not only internally but to the public as well.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Kim Heisler.
I have a little bit of a hard time. I mean, getting products that actually make your job better is great. But getting products to make your job better doesn't mean that it's always going to make it right, because it takes people to put it incorrectly to give you the right results that you're wanting. For the past 2.5 years, I've come up here, and it seems like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars has been spent on software. It's not like it used to be where you're paying, $100,000 for the rights of that software. It's now, and I didn't look at the packet to see how much it is, but it's thousands of dollars on a yearly basis. So software on top of software on top of software is a huge amount of money that's coming out of the budget every year. It's just not like a one-time thing. It's every year. And it's stacking and stacking and stacking. And I understand it can help. And that's great. But all of a sudden, what happened to the way things used to be? And we got away with it. But it just seems now, whenever we have the opportunity, we're just going to, go for the best thing out there. And again, it's okay if it's going to help us, but if it's just going to, make prettier charts, I don't know that that's the best decision. And I don't quite understand how we can spend thousands and thousands of dollars on this stuff, but yet we still have Civic Plus software that we continue to have problems with over and over and over. And every citizen that goes out there and looks at our website encounter issues or stuff that could be made better, but we're choosing not to. We could be putting this on YouTube and putting the meetings together so we can see non-agenda public comments, but we're choosing not to. I don't know if it's a money thing. I don't know what it is. But we're spending money for the city to do what they're already doing, but better, make them prettier. But we're not spending any money for the citizens to help the whole experience for us to see everything that's going on. I don't understand that part of it. I think if we're going to be looking at the city side, we should also be looking at how we can help the citizens in a better way, so that we don't have, video problems or glitches or hums in the background when there's executive sessions going on. Maybe it's older software. I don't know what the problem is, but we've had issues for months, years actually, that's not been taken care of yet. Yet this stuff comes up and we're like, willy-nilly, let's just pass it because it's going to make it better. You guys should think about that for the citizens too. We matter. It should matter to you guys too, to get it right. Thanks, guys. And I wouldn't want to be any one of you guys up there. I know it's tough sitting up there. And end facing this stuff all the time. But again, transparency and helping us as citizens goes a really long way. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have a question. This software module the way I understand it is the citizens will be able to get into that and see reports directly from the financial statements in a format that's much easier to follow than just a bunch of spreadsheet numbers. Am I
Correct. Yeah, that's the whole point of adding this module, is for transparency and for the public to be able to see more data in easily readable formats.
Instead of a bunch of spreadsheet gop, it's going to be.
Yes.
And they can get onto that 24/7.
It'll be, yes, there'll be links provided to get to certain types of reports in the budget book specifically. That'll be available through our website.
And how long is this going to take to implement?
It'll take probably, well, this year we'll still utilize the software to create the 2027 budget. We're hopeful that then the 2027 budget will be available in the digital format.
Thank you.
I have an additional public comment card from Steve Yanni.
So I had to get some information from Bev Yount. While I was on the phone, she had to go from screen to screen to screen to screen. And then she sent me an email that she had to actually, she couldn't just send me a report. And this was just on that purchase order for Brooker Raiden. And it ended up showing that out of that $285,000, that there was only $1,114 left on that purchase order. So I think I sent it to a couple of you. But anyway, is this going to fix that problem? Because that was ridiculous. I mean, I couldn't believe she had to do that, and she was super helpful. And, you know, but put together an email with, you can see it right here. And how many times have I been up here about Civic Plus? Going back to February, you know, almost every meeting, Civic Plus, I sent you guys, gave you guys, you know, how much expenditures were versus what the actual contracts were. And Troy runs Civic Plus, Sydney runs Civic Plus, but if you go try to find an agenda on their sites, much easier. Sydney uses like a third-party service because they don't like Civic Plus for that particular function. Troy has an interface that just lets you just go and look at a year and just pull it right up. So I don't think spending money on software is going to solve your problem. You've always had an IT problem. You've known you've had an IT problem. You had, you know, one meeting where the encoder completely failed when you were on the Civic Plus video. I was down here, you know, came down especially that one night, and you're not addressing the problem. And the problem is you have a lousy IT staff, a terrible IT staff. And that's the problem you need to fix. So I wouldn't spend any more money until you fix the real problem. Thank you.
That was my last public comment card. Are there additional questions from the commission? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to respond to resolution number R-83-26.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number R-83-26.
Support for the motion?
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded that resolution number R-83-26 be approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The resolution is passed. Now we'll look at resolution number R-84-26.
A resolution to approve a final development plan for Shaw Farm, Section 1.
Good evening, Commission. The applicant, Arbor Homes, is seeking a final development plan for Shaw Farms, a residential subdivision, which was approved for a preliminary development plan in December of 2025. This is part of the plan development process, and they are looking for the final development plan approval for Section 1. It is a single-family home development with approximately 138 home sites on 34 acres with detention and retention pond space on this property as well. This went to Planning Commission on June 30th and received a 5-0 vote with 0 conditions in favor of approval. This subdivision is located on the south side of County Road 25A, just directly southeast of Indian Ridge Drive. And once again, I have Nancy Toby here with Access Engineering, if there's any stormwater questions.
I have no public comment card on this resolution. Are there questions from commission?
Yes, Kitten, how many homes are in this development?
I believe there's 138. There might have been a mistype there in the staff report, originally 132. If you look on the construction plan set, let me find the page. My apologies here. If you look at, I believe it is page 195 of the packet, sheet 451 of the actual plan set, it is showing 138 lots.
Okay, and then the stormwater is going to a retention pond?
Correct, yes, on the northwest corner of the proposed subdivision.
Where does it go once it leaves the retention pond?
It will connect to existing stormwater infrastructure on County Road 25A and head west.
Is this a creek or ditch, or is this pipe in the ground?
It is piping.
Thank you.
Other questions from commission? Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion to speak to resolution number R-84-26.
Mayor, I move we approve R 84-26.
Support for the motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded that resolution number R-84-26 be approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The resolution is approved. Now we'll move on to resolution number R-85-26.
A resolution continuing the downtown Piqua designated outdoor refreshment area and approving a boundary amendment pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 4301.82.
Commission, before you with this resolution is to renew our DORA program. DORA was originally established by resolution R-72-21 on August 3rd of 2021. Ohio Revised Codes require the city to review the DORA program every 5 years and to determine whether the DORA should be continued or dissolved. City staff has completed the required 5-year review of the DORA program. The review evaluated compliance with Ohio Revised Code, DORA boundaries, participating permit holders, public safety, sanitation, signage, operation procedures, and community impact. The review found that the DORA program continued to operate in compliance with state law and local requirements. Since its establishment, the DORA program has supported downtown revitalization efforts, community events, tourism, patronage of local businesses, while maintaining public safety and sanitation standards. During the review process, the Knights of Columbus reached out from 228 West Ash Street and requested inclusion with the DORA program. Staff evaluated the request and determined that a minor boundary expansion could accommodate their request in compliance with Ohio Revised Code, which can be found in your packet. The proposed boundary. And that expansion is just the northern half of that 200 block of West Ash Street, from, what would that be, Wayne Street to the alley on that northern side. The proposed expansion would increase the DORA area from approximately 43.72 acres to 44.5 acres, which keeps us well below the maximum of 150 acres for our a municipality of our size. Based upon the findings of the review and the staff's evaluation of the proposed boundary amendment, staff recommends continuation of the DORA program and to approve the revised boundary.
I have several comment cards from the public. The first is from Brittany Miller from Submarine House. Is Brittany here? Last call. Okay.
Okay. I could.
Sorry, Paul.
All right, brother. It's okay.
I have a comment card from Stacy Roth.
Good evening. I am Stacy Roth, Executive Director of Main Street Piqua. So I'm here on behalf of Main Street Piqua and many of the downtown businesses. First, I would like to ask Chief Byron if there have been any police calls or arrests pertaining to Dora.
There have been no police complaints, any complaint of any nature related to the door, no.
Okay, perfect. As the Main Street Piqua Executive Director, I'd like to bring your attention to some local observations that I have had regarding the designated outdoor refreshment area. Main Street Piqua events like Taste of the Arts, we have reported increased fundraising because we have the Dora. Over the past 5 years, Taste of the Arts has increased its fundraising by 17.4%. By utilizing the DORA program. Can't Stop Running reports that many of their running groups will grab a DORA drink and then either socialize or shop downtown on a Saturday morning or afternoon. Many retailers regularly see customers with DORA drinks, not only during events like the Main Street Piqua events, but also just on a random Saturday afternoon. Personally, I was in Birch Tree this past Saturday. We were doing Christmas in July sales. It was a lot of fun, and somebody just happened to walk in with a DORA drink, and he made some purchases. So, and also Crooked Handle Brewing Company reports that their DORA sales account for nearly 70% of their summer revenue. So that is a very significant portion of their revenue. So speaking to that, many of the restaurants and bars have employees, and so we may think that DORA is just, for people to walk around and go to a concert with an alcoholic beverage. But when we talk about DORA, we are talking about the bartenders and the waiters and waitresses who can then serve those drinks, see increased tips, and then turn that table around because those people are grabbing drinks to go downtown and shop or go to a concert or go to an event. So therefore, we are seeing increased tips and wages for those people who are, maybe on the lower end of the income bracket with, waiters and bartenders. Sorry, I'm not a very good public speaker. So anyway, that's just really what I'd like to show you guys. I did email you guys my information that I have here, and just wanted to hope that you, from a Main Street perspective and many of the businesses downtown, hope that you do vote in favor of renewing the DORA. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment card. Hopefully I do this right. Jeffrey, is it Pedro? Did I say that right? From Crooked Handle Brewing?
He's not here.
Is Jeff here? Okay, very good, I'll pass. I have a comment card from Lisa Wetzel from Lighthouse on the dock. This was, again, filed in the last meeting, so it's probably 2 weeks old. So Lisa's not here. I have a comment card from Valerie Mulligan.
Good evening again, Commissioners. First off, I'd like to say to Stacy, who's behind me here, it's phenomenal to hear the growth that has come about as a result of DORA. And I'm not opposed to DORA. I think it's a great opportunity, again, for socialization throughout our community. I am a little bit disturbed, though, regarding an outdoor seating area that is being established. Rightfully so. I love the Lighthouse Cafe. We're the Lighthouse at the Lock now. We visit there frequently. But there is an outdoor seating area that is being built. And I think we missed the connection with handicap accessibility. The way that it is being configured eliminates the handicap parking space that is there from having accessibility to the sidewalk. So in consideration of expanding DORA and maintaining DORA, I would urge this commission to once again revisit the handicap accessibility of downtown Piqua. See that there is at least one handicap parking place placed in the quadrant at Quint signs, which there are currently none. And we reconfigure the parking lot at the Lock House, or at the Lighthouse on Lock 9. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have no other comment cards in reference to this resolution. Are there questions or comments from commissioners?
My question was already asked. It was going to be to the chief. So
I got one.
There you go. Paul?
It was my follow-up. That was one of the questions that I was going to ask, and thank you for asking that. Has there been, and I know it's statistics, you're probably not going to have it all off the top of your head, has there been a significant increase in DUIs in the area?
There's no way to associate that with the door or any other way.
Okay.
You know, it could be people traveling through the area, it could be people frequenting the area, it could be people leaving their homes. I mean, there's going to be no way through any statistical report we run to connect the two.
Okay.
Other questions?
Kim,
Looking, Kim, hopefully I haven't skipped over. Why don't you come on up? I don't see your card, but
Thank you. I'm pretty sure I put one in.
I got two stacks going on. So.
Yeah, it's a lot. And mine has a little bit different than what these guys talked about, but I missed that last question, so I might have completely missed. So is there any way to and not that it matters, but it brings up another question, like enforcement of the boundaries and stuff like that. Can you guys see where folks are going to, where they're coming from? I guess what my question is there geofencing put around the DORA areas so that, we know who's coming from where, kind of like that's at Lock 9?
No.
Okay, but there is geofencing around Lock 9 though, right?
no, I was just going to add, Chief, what is the
Geofencing she's referring to, I believe, is coming from the Miami County Visitors Bureau, whatever it's called, out of Troy. They can run that through geofencing to determine or get to establish an estimate of the number of people who frequented a concert, but the overall area, it wouldn't be. It's very specific.
Okay, so with that, geofencing is happening. It's not happening within the city, but we're saying the county is doing that.
I believe it's the Miami County Visitor Bureau.
Okay, so are they doing that without our consent? Because I don't necessarily care for that part of going in and out of areas with it. I mean, it didn't seem like you guys are very definite about the DORA area. I mean, I don't know if they are.
We're not doing any geofencing, if that's your question.
Okay, but we're using that information for later though, right? Because like Lock 9, we used it at the end of the season to know how many people came from where, what genre of music they liked, how old they were, and stuff like that. Aren't I correct? I'd like to ask the parks people.
What it is the Miami County Visitor Bureau uses a program called Placer AI, and it uses your phone. So if you have your location on your phone, then it can track where you come from, where you go. So I'm actually preparing some information for our merchant meeting in the morning, and one of the data points was attendance to Lock 9 concerts.
Okay, so that sounds strikingly similar to like flock information, where information is gathered based on our person's smart devices. I'm not on board with that. So maybe it's not necessarily around DORA, maybe it is. If it is, and we're using that, I don't consent to any of that. And I would hope that we could put something in place to limit the information that's taken from us, or at least say, hey, if you're going to be entering this area, know that this is going to be extracted from you. I don't quite like that. Our rights are given up in so many other ways. But anyways, that's my...
Thank you. I have no other comment cards. Other questions from commission?
Rick, we don't have flock here. We're not operating flock.
The city of Piqua does not have any flock cameras.
Thank you. The only other if somebody else has got a question, answer it, but my only comment, originally when this came into place in 2021, I was against it. In the time period since that, I see no harm being done, including, I was concerned about the litter as well as the drunkenness, and I haven't seen that in that time period, and I'm willing to go on with this.
Other questions, comments, Rick?
Yeah, when it first went in, I was very opposed to it. I didn't think that at that point there were 3 places that were in the list. And I was same concerns, litter, public drunk, because at that point we had problems downtown with the benches and things like that going on. And I have not seen anything, so.
With no other comments, we'll entertain a motion for resolution number R-85-26.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number R-85-26.
Support?
Second.
Moved and seconded that resolution number R-85-26 be approved. Let's take a roll call.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Mayor Vetter,
No.
Commissioner Wade,
Aye.
Commissioner DeBrus.
Aye.
The resolution is approved. Now we'll move to resolution number R-86-26.
An amended resolution to renew and change ownership shares of an issued liquor permit for Lemon Meringue LLC Floral Boutique located at 120 North Main Street, Piqua, Ohio, 45356 to Jerica Drapp, 51 shares, and Matthew Drapp, 49 shares.
Good evening, Commissioners. The purpose of this resolution is to see if the Commission has any objection to the change in ownership of the shares as was listed on a liquor permit. The amended portion of this resolution is that in the City Commission agenda packet from July 7th of 2026, it referenced a change in ownership to Jessica Drapp. That was a mistake. We received a corrected liquor permit application, which is attached to the packet now.
I have a comment card from Alicia Lang.
Hello. I actually wanted to comment that it was Jessica, not Jerica. So glad that the law director caught that. That's great. Looky there, we have a couple wins today. It's kind of scary. Okay, so I also believe that I put in a comment card for the ClearGov thing. But it was, I think, overlooked. So I guess that's all I have to say on this one. I guess with the ClearGov one, though, since I didn't get my time, I was looking at other cities, other states, like the sort of software that they use. We were watching I Love Lucy. And somehow I found myself on Cobb County, Georgia. And their system is amazing. And so I think that we could do better. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have no other comment cards for this resolution. Are there questions from commission? Hearing none, we'll call for a motion for resolution number R-86-26.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution R-86-26.
Second.
Moved and seconded that the resolution be approved. Take a roll call.
Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Walker.
Aye.
Mayor Vetter.
No.
Commissioner Wade.
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras.
Aye.
The motion is approved. The resolution is approved. Now we'll move on to resolution number R-87-26.
A resolution amending the approved calendar of meetings for the 2026 Piqua City Commission.
Good evening, Commissioners. This resolution, if passed, would add a regular City Commission meeting on August 3rd of 2026.
We've had some conversation among ourselves, I think, on what happens. For those people who may not be aware, the regular commission meeting, I think, is scheduled for the 4th, Tuesday the 4th, and that is also the Night Out Against Crime. And so we're considering the possibility of moving the regular commission date either to Monday the 3rd or to Wednesday the 5th, so that the commission can attend Night Out Against Crime. And so we're having a resolution to that effect. Comments?
I prefer Monday, the 3rd, just because of my work schedule, but I will go with consensus.
And I would prefer Wednesday because of my work schedule, but I think I can yield, and that would not be a problem. So, is there other comments?
I'm good with 3rd.
This is Jessica.
Okay. I have a public comment card from Kim Heisler.
I was just curious on this. Was that the only change that was made? Was that the only change, is that date?
This resolution has one
Yeah.
proposed change.
Okay, so I guess I'm kind of curious. You guys approved this like in January, like the 1st or 2nd, whatever. I don't know that we've ever started the meetings when it said we were going to start the meetings this whole year. I'm not exactly sure, because I think they were mentioned at 6 o'clock, but I don't think we've ever had a one start at 6 o'clock because of, I didn't know if you wanted to go ahead and change the rest of them while you were changing that resolution or not, but it seems kind of odd that it's never fallen the calendar to this point anyway. It'd be nice to get it to work accurate.
I would tell you that it has happened before, and I think we've tried to support a National Night Out Against Crime, and that's the motivation for this activity. I have a public comment card from Steve Yenny.
So I think, I don't have it, but I looked at the last packet, and there were some fiscal update dates specified. Can you, and I think there was only 3 for for financial presentation. And so why is there only 3, and why aren't we keeping on schedule with those? Because I think we're supposed to have one tonight, actually, if I'm not mistaken. I know that, one was missed in December, and that was never made up, December 2025. So, again, there's only 3, why not 4? There's 4 quarters in a year. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. That's the last public comment card in reference to this resolution. I think I'm willing to yield to your schedule. Would you like to make the motion?
Make a motion to pass, change the date to the 3rd.
That would be Monday, the 3rd of August.
Monday, the 3rd of August.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. Have a motion and a second to schedule the city commission meeting, first one in August for the 3rd, Monday the 3rd. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. That resolution is passed. Next, we'll look at resolution number R-88-26.
Pursuant to Section 135 of Charter, a resolution to initiate the Charter Review Committee.
Good evening, Commissioners. Pursuant to Section 135 of the Charter of the City of Piqua, the City Commission by resolution can appoint a Charter Review Committee, and that is the purpose of this charter, of this resolution.
have no public comment cards for this resolution. Are there questions?
Yeah, there was a comment.
Looking for, I do have one. Kim, I have yours right here. I got it.
Yeah, so on this, I think it's great to initiate this, and I would highly recommend you guys to allow for the 9-member board and get more people on that, and meet at a much more regular pace than once every, I don't know what it is, 10 years or 5 years. We need to have it on a regular basis until we can get things straightened out and the charter back on pace, with correct things, so that our city functions in a much better manner. So I would strongly recommend that if you guys could add that in this amended or whatever you need to do to try to do that would be fantastic.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Alicia Lang.
I would just like to repeat and echo what Ms. Heisler said, that this should be a more frequent thing. I think this is a good thing. If we're going to be a charter community, it does need review, and I think the people on the committee should be updated. And I also think that it couldn't hurt to have more people involved in civic engagement. That's amazing. That's wonderful, right? And that's all. I think that we should have this every 6 months at the very least. They should have meetings. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, also in the minutes for the last meeting, I was quoted improperly, and it mentioned how I was concerned and I asked how much water was going to be used, but you also, it was not included that I was concerned about the generators, how many generators, how much power, and how many buildings, and I would like that on the public record. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a public comment card from Steve Yenny.
Yeah, so I wrote something up and I never sent it to you. I think Paul's got a copy of it, but so there was no schedule on this. You've already got 4 people listed on the website as having a term through the 31st. 2031. You can have 9 people in charter review committee, but I was just wondering, this doesn't specify what happens to those people at all in the resolution. Doesn't say whether they're going to be on the new charter review committee, or whether they will drop off. So I think you need to fix that. Doesn't say when this takes effect, no schedule. Doesn't say when it'll be done. So there's a lot of problems with the resolution. It says you guys wrote it. It says you submitted it. I don't think that was true. And if you look back at 2023, they had a charter review, and the report that was issued had flaws in it. It said crazy things like, it had the recall information. It said it went from like 50 up to 2,000, and then back to 1,250. It was never 50. It was 1,000 in 2010 when the first recall was done. It was led by a guy. He was like 18 years old. He was the head of the Charter Review Committee, Nolan something or other. He's disappeared. There was only 4 members on the Charter Review at that time, so I don't even know if that was legal, because you're supposed to have 5. Most of the things that got implemented were things that the city staff wanted. It wasn't from citizens. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think the Charter Review Committee has ever really been that successful. There's major problems in the charter. For instance, we have Charter Section 135, which deals with charter amendments by initiative. And it says you have to have 1,250 signatures. But the Ohio Constitution has its own charter amendment process, and it actually trumps our process. 135 has never been taken out. And I think the law director still thinks that's the process you have to follow, but it's not. The Ohio Constitution trumps our charter. When it comes to state law versus the charter, our charter trumps Title VII of the Ohio Revised Code. So that's the way it works. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's probably a waste. If people want to put charter amendments on, in the last election, there was only 1,802 people that voted. So it's going to take 181 qualified signatures turned into the Board of Elections that are verifiable. And it's all, so people can do it by initiative pretty easy. There is one going around now. There's probably going to be several more in the next few days. Why bother? Thank you.
I believe that's my last comment card in reference to Resolution R-88-26. Questions from Commission?
You got one more?
You're here. I'm looking, I've got Soleil's comment card here.
So the charter is supposed to be as valid as the Ohio Constitution and as valid as the United States Constitution. That's how valid it is. I was told by the prior commission that the oath of office not being filed for the Paul Obendorfer, city manager, Gerald O'Brien, finance director, handles all our money. He didn't have one either. Purchasing director didn't have one. Purchasing manager didn't have one, and several other officials of the city. Wasn't followed, laws were broken. Charter Review Committee does no good if you five right there don't give a crap about it. The people care about it. We care about it a lot. There was a legal brief written on that oath of office which showed that he was vacant by the Ohio Revised Code, Obendorfer, for 4 years. He owes the city $700,000. You guys have done nothing because every day was a violation, a misdemeanor that adds up to a felony in office for fraud. He wasn't allowed to sign any contracts. He wasn't allowed to do anything. You guys let him do it his entire time in office. That's a problem for me, guys. That's a real problem. I just want to make sure all the people out there know that you have failed us in a major degree on this charter review and implementing it and adhering to it and making sure that you don't follow false information from the law director. If you don't have a constitutional lawyer, when we're talking constitutional law, you're in trouble. Okay? We've come here to educate you, to help you, not harm you, not insult you, not to tell you you're not bright, but to tell you you're missing it. You're really missing it. You're missing the boat. You missed the train. The train left the tracks a long time ago. I read you chapter 44 from the charter last 2 weeks ago, about the audits. I hope you guys found out whether or not those were conducted. Jerry was supposed to initiate those before he left for Obendorfer, Hinkleman, and Janelle. All three of those were supposed to have their accounts audited. When Catherine Bogan let us know that she doesn't do an exit interview is how most of the cities, now in our charter, they may do one, they don't have to. But an exit interview is typically used to collect all the documentation, get their keys, get their passwords, terminate their access to the computer system. So an exit interview serves a lot of other purposes besides talking to them about why they're leaving, okay? Dean Birch, which I also told you, you've all heard it, I told you this year, his thing stayed on, paid his Microsoft dues for 2.5 years after he was gone from the city government. That's a waste of money. That's against the law, okay? It's against the law. Somebody needs to be fired for that. You guys need to find out. It said in the purchase order report that they thought Mark Newman was responsible for doing that. Didn't happen. That's a problem. He was hired in '24, was found in '25, still not collected. The fleet expenses are being overdue, not paid. I would like to have you guys request from the Ohio Auditor's Office a complete audit of fleets. All cars, all expenses, how they're maintained, how they're not maintained, how we have too many, not enough, and what is going on with the cars. When bills are late, that is also past due on gas bills. Past due. Our government, that the finance director is supposed to assure money is in the bank to handle all bills. We should never have a late pay. We're talking thousands of dollars. I saw $7,000 in 3 months. That's all the records I looked at. What if I looked at more? People should be fired for that, and I'm not kidding. Waste is a fireable offense. Here they talk about, I don't even know the guy's name that was here before. He only misspent $243 and he got fired as city manager. There's a lot more waste going on. The green audit that was done the last time, the forensic audit that was done when the finance director left, you guys let Obendorfer condense it down to a limited procedural audit. That's not okay, guys. That is only allowed for cities that have less than $5 million in revenue. Y'all broke the law. Dang. Really hate to drop it all on you, but guess what? O'Brien just left. What are we going to have to do again? Well, you don't want that guy over there, who's never been a city manager before, to arrange your audit of your financials.
Your time has expired.
The internal control that I told you about last time, those purchasing orders, that should have never happened. Do you know how it was solved? Mr. Bryan, he told you he was going to handle it. Do you know what he did? Do you guys know what he did? Because we talked to Beverly Young. He didn't see her.
Your time has expired.
He threatened the staff that they were not allowed to give us any more inspectable records on demand. That means, there again, orders were given to break the law. Please, do your job.
Thank you for your comment. I have no other comment cards for resolution number R-88-26. Questions from the commission?
I do want us to have a charter review committee. It's high time. However, it's been brought to our attention, we're missing a lot of information here. Okay, we picked 5 folks. What do we do then? Details aren't in here. When do they meet? How often do they meet? How long before they present a review? Details are not in here. Also, I heard someone say that, that there were suggestions from city staff that were implemented, but little or nothing from the charter review committee. I would like to have ours say that the committee, we want to hear from the committee. I like the city staff. I think a bunch of them do a good job. There's a few that don't. This is supposed to get our community involved in our government, not our government involved in our government. So as this stands, as this is written, I'll vote against it. Actually, you know what, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to move that we table this until we can rewrite it to include the details.
So you're making that in a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay. Is there support for that motion?
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded that the resolution number R-88-26 be tabled. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. So the R-88-26 is now tabled. Now we'll move to resolution number R-89-26.
Mr. Mayor, that would be new business for tonight. Now we can go finish up old business from last meeting.
Okay, I was under the understanding that we would complete the resolutions and then do that. Are you okay with that?
Go for it.
Okay, we're going to look at resolution number R-89-26.
A resolution amending R-103-25, increasing the purchase order to Flatlands Resources LLC not to exceed $850,000 for continued engineering support of the Great Miami River Low Dam Removal and Modification Project.
Good evening, Commissioners. 2 weeks ago at the meeting, we had that quick overview from Dave Heilman about this project. This is the last resolution that will be needed for the design, bidding and to have, for the Flatlands Resources to perform the construction inspection, finish out this project. This project started well before 2023, but the first official PO for this was right at the end of 2023 for almost $240,000. It was amended about a year ago, adding about $260,000, and this final third amendment will add $351,000, bringing the total to $850,000. This is the last planned amendment for the bidding to occur in a few months. This project is well within its way. We like to go out to bid soon, so this $850,000, along with an engineer's estimate of $2.7 million, brings the entire project up to the $3.5 million that we talked about last week at the end of the presentation. I'll take any questions you have now.
I don't believe I have any comment cards. Do you have one? Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, so today we got some appropriations info back, and there was a breakdown on this, and the expenses are incredible in this thing. And I just wonder why have you ever looked at it? I mean, it's crazy amounts of money being spent, $252,000 on one study for, I don't know.
Mussels.
Mussels, yeah. For mussels. $252,000 for a study on that. And the project, I think, is $530,000 over budget. I really didn't have much time to look at it. And the Wi-Fi, the public Wi-Fi is down now for some reason, so I don't have access. I got my tablet back there, but yeah, I would suggest you take a look at this. Why are we $530,000 over on a $2.8 million? That was I believe the quote or the estimate. What the vendor said that he could do it for, and now it's $530,000 over. I mean, I don't really have a big concern about this myself, but I just think it's kind of crazy that he's not telling you these kind of things. I mean, the staff doesn't tell you these kind of things, and it just seems to be over and over and over. You don't hear about these kind of things. I don't know, maybe you're aware of all this, but I don't think the public is. Over $3 million to remove a Lowhead Dam. What I saw today, the grants came in at $3 million. So everything else, I guess the city has to pay for. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for your comment.
If the commission would like any clarification on that, I'm glad to help if you want it.
Please do.
So yes, when you start a project like this and you don't know the entire scope and you don't know what you're going to find in the mussel survey and how many mussels you're going to have to move and all these other environmental covenants and what the project's going to entail, you can't know up front what the total cost is going to be. So being responsible, we have an initial amount in the initial PO to get us started to study the project, to start designing. Then if a second one is needed, we do a second one, and then if a third one's needed, we do a third. We don't just put a blank $1 million PO out there in the beginning. We kind of work our way into it, get along the project 6 months, 8 months, so we have a better idea what the next step is, and then a final step. So that's how you come about with this. I was saying that it's $500,000 over budget is completely inaccurate. This is a process we follow with a lot of projects, a lot of vendors. You work your way up. That starting PO just gets amended and gets added to every time. It doesn't mean that you're over budget by adding money to something that you knew you didn't know what the final total was in the beginning. So I'd like to clarify that for you all.
Thank you. Other questions from commission?
Was the $3 million in grant money comment accurate?
Yeah, that is there's 3 separate funding sources for the $3 million, a WRRSP grant with the city of with Tri-Cities wastewater plant, then there's a H2O Ohio grant, and then a Fish and Wildlife grant. So yes, that $3 million, and yes, anything that goes over that project, the power and water systems would pay for that because we are the ones benefiting from getting the power dam removed and the water intake dam fortified for future use. So yes, those are the 2 funds that would pay for anything over $3 million.
And what's the projection now?
The projection now is about 3.5. With the engineer's estimates. You could always come in lower or a little higher. Hopefully it's close to that or lower.
My understanding was that the project not only includes the removal of the low water dam behind the the old power plant, but also the redesign of the river as it heads upstream up to North Main Street, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much around the bend, under 36's bridge, and even more. There's going to be features that keep the water from eroding the banks, to keep the water depth for fish habitat, just to kind of streamline the water through a channel so it doesn't cause any further damage and erosion. So it's actually benefiting our river. There's a lot of benefits to it. The habitat, everyone will be able to pass this with kayaks or canoes instead of having to get out and forage around it like you are now. So there's lots of benefits to this.
Other questions from commission? Hearing none, we'll call for the question on resolution number R-89-26. Is there support for resolution?
Yes, I'll move that we support R-89-20-26.
Support for the motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded that resolution number R-89-26 be approved. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The resolution is approved. The next resolution is R-90-26.
Mayor, I would like to take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
I only need
Everybody,
5.
everybody good? We'll take a 10-minute break. Okay.
European vacation.
And then I assume we'll drop back and try to pick up the other things that we need to do in the front half.
Yep.
Yeah. Look at my mess. I may actually get dinner on time tonight.
Huh?
You see that look?
The non-agenda, yes, sir.
What I wanted to speak of already was with the understanding that our city is not open contracts.
We have some, I don't agree.
Any other questions?
Should go and take advantage of this little break.
Yeah.
10 minutes. I should. I will.
You're gonna have to wait in line for the restroom, unless you got it the first floor.
Level.
What do you want to do? So, yeah, so.
We pay you extra.
Sunshine.
Huh? We pay you extra for overtime. All right.
So I guess we're gonna have to wait to get less than 2 of us in the bathroom at the same time.
You just don't appreciate my humor, that's what.
I get it. I get that. So right now, the subject's near without permission.
Deal with me, and I'm the one that has to start. I will not. Flock's been on my ass for 6 years now trying to.
Just text Lily, and I said, it's a blood bath in here, nobody's safe.
I can't, just be honest, I can't speak to the church, privacy.
Well, anything like that could become nefarious.
I mean, we're seeing it every day.
And I have noticed different locations where they're starting to, and it affects the people that live there.
But yeah, they won't be here long. There are 2 mirrors.
I am so sorry I busted out laughing, but that was, you're a perfect straight man.
Okay.
We're talking about downtown Nashville, about drinking, okay?
Right.
So he called the dude saying,
Well, I appreciate you holding up your constitution.
last call.
Oh, sorry.
You didn't get that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, man.
I didn't.
I started a little bit, and then Rick caught it, and I was like, game over.
Well, again, I'm a non-drinker. I don't get this.
I don't drink either, but you
did. You understand the call?
Someone asked me the other day, when did you have your first drink? said, did you get that drunk? And I said, no.
Intimate.
My parents,
If you go outside,
we had for special dinners, like when we had a chunk, we had a big wine glass, a big
stuff. I mean, there's just a lot of things about it. Well, either way, I mean, we're civil about it.
No, absolutely. I understand.
I could ask for a second glass of wine and get it.
Can they be valuable? I think they can if used right.
Well, see, and I'm from that totally opposite situation. My dad belonged to the WCTU from when he was a teenager and still does. Women's Christian Temperance Union.
Oh, okay.
Carrie Nation and the XMs.
Yeah.
I went to Otterbein College. You know where the WCTU was housed during Prohibition? Westerville.
Westerville.
I get it.
No, I was raised to drink like it was an Olympic event, and we were going for the gold.
Well, again, and again, that's a family thing. I come from good German stock, and there's a reason why there are a lot of breweries in Cincinnati.
They're usually not this long.
There's only three things Irishmen are good at: drinking, fighting, and telling jokes. I'm down to one.
I get it.
We were pretty familiar with the commissioners there and the sheriff.
I had someone ask me one time, said, well, can't you fight anymore? I said, I can't make a fist. This is what my fingers do.
And the damage could be great.
Oh yeah. You catch, I have caught the end of my fingers, like just jammed them into like something solid. And the sensation reverberates all down the pin. That's why I can't do leather crafting.
Things of that nature. And it became a thing county to county.
Excuse me.
So, just curious about that part of it. And then,
Play a role in freedom.
Get Rick back there.
well, when I heard them talking about AI and the flock, and I heard the comment, and I thought, well, there's not a report to be made on that right now.
Cell phone geocaching. We have no control of that.
Right.
If you don't want that, you gotta call your cell phone.
Yeah, or just turn your locator off.
Yeah, right, that takes care of it, sure. But when you sign your contract with your cell phone, that's where we have the right to sell your data. And that's what, we can't control it.
Yeah. Corporation, again.
Oh, yeah. Large.
Thanks, Chief.
She's not here tonight. Look at the date. She didn't put a date up there. No. I know Jean. Do you know Jean?
Well, yeah, from past meetings.
I've known Jean 20 years. And bless her heart, she's a big heart.
Yeah.
You stand in the aisle and you start screaming at somebody who's...
You need a synonym for
Yeah.
area that starts with the letter E.
Oh, just for that again. Oh. Time tomorrow sometime. Yeah, look, because we have some Thursday and Friday won't work, but tomorrow we'll try to give it.
We need the downtown
That one might not fly.
Ready?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Ian.
Sure, no problem.
Hey, 9 o'clock work for you? Because you're really good. If it doesn't, I can do like 11 or 11:30.
Andy.
So 9 o'clock.
If your comments, you all see.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, if you, I'll be in. Yep, that'd be all right. Otherwise, at 11:30.
I spent 2 years at that.
Don't see me then. I'll be there by 11. Okay. Just depends on what my morning. Yeah, I'm with you. You got it.
I do. Oh, is it?
Guys? Let's get started.
Oh, Rick?
Commissioner Walker, please return to your seat. I called you about the meeting several weeks ago.
Here, I got a cane for you.
I said I'd call you the next day.
About what?
About the meeting and.
We're back from our 10-minute break. I want to move into resolution number R-90-26.
About
This one.
We have quiet in the room, please.
Gavel that up. Just one.
We're back from our break. We're going to move ahead and consider resolution number R-90-26.
A resolution authorizing the interim city manager to award a contract to Rapid Response Disaster Services LLC for demolition services for 204 and 206 North Wayne Street.
And I think we already noted the misspelling in the word disaster.
Yes,
So,
sir.
okay. And now I'm looking for 90.
Yes, thank you, Commission. Wanted to acknowledge, thank you for fixing that spelling error on my part in the resolution language. The City of Piqua was awarded $190,000 in funding through the Ohio Department of Development Building Demolition and Site Revitalization Program with the grant agreement executed in January 2026. The approval of the building demolition was taken to the City Historic Review Commission under item CHRC-01-26, which can be found in Exhibit B. It was approved by the CHRC with the stipulation that there was, we would make attempts to preserve architecturally significant elements of the building. Most pointed out was the eagles in the front of the building. So an effort, it would be an effort to salvage those along with, I believe, the FOE's sign at the front of the building. The City of Piqua went through the competitive bid process. The bids can be found in Exhibit A with Rapid Response Disaster Services LLC being the lowest apparent lowest and best bidder. Staff recommends proceeding with them with the $173,532.53, and we are requesting the $190,000 because that is what the grant amount is and would allow for any overages or provide some contingency. As part of this project, both the abatement and the demolition of the building will take place.
I have no public comment cards in reference to this resolution. I ask for commissioners' comments.
I think Alicia Lang had a card.
I'm sorry, please?
I think Alicia Lang had turned in one.
I've looked and I don't see that for this resolution.
How strongly of an effort are they going to make to save those architectural objects? I mean,
Yes, it was a part of the bid packet. It will make sure in the pre-construction meeting, we'll make sure that is acknowledged that those need to try to be saved.
Not
and
try
all
to
due
be saved, be
diligence will
saved. They need to be saved, not
Yes, they
try.
will- yes.
I don't like the word
Yes.
try with any demolition company.
Yeah,
It's
we
I
will.
tried and it's broke.
The City of Piqua will make sure they are saved and they are
Thank you.
housed, and then if there's ever any redevelopment done in that site, that possibly they could be, utilized or displayed in a way that, calls back to that historic building.
Perfect, thank you.
I apologize. I found the comment sheet from Alicia Lang.
Thank you, Mayor Vetter. I accept your apology. This is just another reason why folks are recalling you, because they feel like you can't even keep comment cards straight. So, back to this though. I feel like when I read this, I was triggered in PTSD when I see rapid response disaster and city manager in like the same line, and I will probably need multiple therapy sessions to deal with that, because I'm triggered now because the battery stuff, because it made my eyes bleed, it made me cough up blood. I have all of this documented, and I just wanted to let you know that this, I don't like it because it's triggering my PTSD. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I think I've exhausted the other comment cards. So questions from commission? Hearing none, we'll call for the motion on the resolution.
I motion to approve R-90-26.
Report for the motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded that resolution number R-90-26 be approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That resolution is approved. Now I think we'll skip back and try to pick up the things that we did not discuss earlier. So I'm looking now at, talk about minutes. We're looking at old business ordinance number O-7-26, a second reading.
An ordinance approving a franchise between the Dayton Power and Light Company doing business as AES Ohio and the City of Piqua to permit AES Ohio to construct, maintain, and operate electric utility facilities within the City of Piqua, Ohio, for the provision of electric utility service to J5 LLC for a period of 40 years, automatically renewing for successive one-year terms thereafter.
Commissioners, good evening. This item, as we've explained previously, pertains to the J5 LLC hyperscale data center facility that's proposed for the northeast corner of the intersection of Farrington Road and Washington Road inside the City of Piqua Corporation limits. The franchise agreement before you this evening will allow the Dayton Power and Light Company, who does business as AES Ohio, to provide a transmission level power solution that is necessary to the data center operational needs. We do have representatives from AES in the project with us this evening. In addition, with the support of legal counsel with expertise in the power and energy space, the agreement in your packet that protects the city's interest and meets the needs of the project has been prepared for your consideration. In addition to meeting the needs of the project, this item also allows the city and the community to realize the economic benefits of the data center project, which includes an estimated $180 million in revenues to the community over the next 30 years. That comes in the form of pilot payments and income and property taxes to the city and the schools, in addition to TIF revenues primarily to the city. The project also includes 50 skilled technicians as full-time employees per building, earning over $100,000 per year with a minimum commitment of 2 buildings, meaning 100 jobs, representing a total annual payroll of more than $10 million. In addition, there will be 300 to 400 contracted service provider employees, many of whom will be employed by local businesses serving the data center, who will be swiping in and out of the facility throughout the course of the year. Likewise, there'll be over 1,000 construction workers for a 3 to 5 year period, representing an annual payroll of $100 million plus. And more than $45 million in annual contribution to the gross domestic product, and more than $200 million in annual economic output across Piqua and West Central Ohio will be realized as a result of this project. I do want to call to your attention 3 items that have been suggested and included in the ordinance since the prior reading. This is based upon advisement from legal counsel. The first is the insertion of language as Section 9 in the ordinance to speak to the provisions of Charter Section 108, which effectively excludes the franchise value from any future acquisition price, should that ever occur. In other words, should AES ever stop serving the site and the city take on the responsibility of serving the site, we would be able to do that without any cost associated with the value of the franchise being incurred.
Secondly, the inclusion of a written report with a recommendation by the city manager is included in the packet. Here again, this is a note in one of the charter provisions, so to make sure that it's properly addressed, that item has been included in your packet. And then the last item is the insertion of the word to, TO, in the third whereas. To make that portion of the sentence read correctly, it should say the ability to serve, not just ability serve. I'll stop there. Those are the three modifications in the packet. I wanted to make sure those were brought to your attention. And then I'll ask RJ to speak a little further on the item.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. As Chris mentioned before you, is a second reading of an ordinance approving a franchise agreement between the city and AES Ohio, allowing AES to serve a data center customer within the territory of the city and its municipal power system. I'll briefly recap some of the key terms of the agreement. The agreement is for an initial 40-year term, renewable for 1-year terms thereafter. Due to the unique electric service need and load characteristics of the data center facility, it requires to be directly connected to the interstate transmission grid. This agreement allows AES to construct facilities within the power system's territory that allow that interstate transmission connection to exist and to serve the customer's operational load. The agreement allows AES to provide retail electric distribution service to this data center customer and this facility only, and recognizes service to this facility is based on very unique circumstances. And it also prohibits AES Ohio from serving or seeking to serve any other customer within the city, currently or in the future, and subjects AES to a penalty of $1 million for each violation of this provision. The agreement also prohibits AES from locating any generation facility within the city. The agreement also speaks to how AES will conduct its construction activities and that it will leave roads and other public places in the same condition as prior to construction. In return for granting this limited franchise agreement, AES agrees to relocate an existing 69 kV transmission line that currently bisects a developable tract of land in Piqua Southern Territory that would otherwise not be required to be moved for the needs of the data center project. We believe this relocation would cost over $1 million to complete, if not a part of this agreement. AES has confirmed to the city that the transmission investment necessary to serve this customer will not result in an increase in transmission costs for the residences and businesses served by the Piqua power system. In summary, this franchise agreement recognizes the unique circumstances and large electrical load a data center customer requires and allows AES to meet those needs with a direct connection to the interstate transmission grid. The agreement protects the territorial boundaries and first right of the power system to serve current and future customers and penalizes AES if they violate those rights. Appreciate your consideration tonight. With us tonight is Matt Pritchard from Bricker Graydon, and I believe he will speak on some of the items in the agreement.
Thank you all. As RJ said, my name is Matt Pritchard with the law firm Bricker, Graydon, Wyatt. I've been assisting the city for some time now on the terms of this franchise agreement. As background, while my firm's a large firm and we specialize in assisting various municipalities on local economic development efforts, I myself am an energy utility attorney. And so all the terms of how to get power to a large data center like this and all the necessary interrelated terms, that's sort of my specialty. So I've been involved in helping out and intimately familiar with the terms of this franchise agreement. And then there was a couple questions posed to me and I was asked to respond to them. One of which was regarding the lack of a franchise agreement fee in the agreement. So as RJ just indicated, as consideration for this agreement, there is a separate piece of land unrelated to this project that there is a AES Ohio transmission line through. And as part of this agreement, they will relocate it without cost to the city, and therefore it will open up additional economic development benefits for the city. And as Chris said, the project overall has a number of economic development benefits that he went over. And so when you look at this deal and this structure and how you get a direct connection to the transmission grid, which is a necessary requirement for a facility that uses this much electricity, whether it would be a data center or anything else, you need that special direct connect, and that would have happened with wherever it was located. Next question was on whether the city could guarantee that transmission costs won't be passed back to the other residents and businesses in the city of Piqua. That's addressed here in a whereas clause where AES has recognized that that will not occur. There are separate utility service agreements, and so the city has exercised its full authority that it possesses to require that while during any time it's connected to the city's electric system during construction power, that all those transmission costs will be separately accounted for and directly assigned to the project so that it pays every penny of the transmission cost necessary to serve it. Thereafter, this franchise agreement will allow the project to directly connect to the interstate transmission grid, and so there won't be any costs being billed to the city for that future direct connection to the AES transmission line. And although that's where the city's authority ends, that's not where regulatory authority ends about protecting customers at large. So one of the things AES has been doing is it goes to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, has been filing these types of agreements with FERC for approval. And so FERC is requiring under these agreements that the data centers are required to pay their fair share of the transmission costs. And just this morning, a unopposed comprehensive settlement in AES's rate case was docketed before the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio. So once this franchise agreement takes effect, the data center will become an AES Ohio customer once the build out occurs, and they will be required to enter into a long-term service agreement, again, ensuring there's a number of nuanced provisions there, but the gist of it is that data centers like this that come onto the system are going to be required to make long-term repayment commitments so that the city in its authority and other bodies are all taking necessary steps to ensure and protect existing homeowners and businesses in the state of Ohio and elsewhere from the transmission build-out necessary to serve these facilities. Another question that I was asked to address was whether the city would be losing its authority and discretion about expanding the project. As I'm sure everyone might recall, the underlying development agreement already covered the adjacent parcel, and when you're dealing with the direct connect power flow, the new transmission line, having everything wrapped up in this franchise agreement rather than try to, in the future, split how you would have different regulatory structures for the same power flow over the same transmission line. It makes sense to address everything in this agreement rather than try to reinvent the wheel and adopt the same structure in the future, but it doesn't otherwise restrict the city's ability to act on matters pertaining to annexations or zoning, for example. And finally, there is a provision in the agreement where AES has committed that if there is some fundamental change in law or regulation that would have provided some benefit to the city had this franchise not been in place, that they will agree to come back to the table and have discussions about whatever that future regulatory change is. So there was a question about whether that should be some sort of binding change. And sort of my response to the question that was posed of whether to make good faith negotiations, a mandatory commitment. It's that it was drafted in this way and agreed in this way because we don't know what the change in law or regulation might be. And so there's not really an easy mechanism to mandate what the future outcome would be. But nonetheless, the city asked AES for that commitment, and they have made it to come back and as a good partner and a steward. So with that, those are the comments that were posed to me. I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
I have a question. Was there negotiations about a franchise fee at all or not?
Yes, they were part of the overall discussions of commitments that AES would make, and ultimately the negotiations landed on, as you see before you, the commitment. And I believe RJ indicated we estimated it was more than $1 million to relocate, the commitment to relocate that transmission line. So the consideration for this one agreement is in excess of what the city would otherwise have to pay to move that line.
I have a number of comment cards, so thank you. We may get back to you here. I have a comment card from Greg Neves. I wonder if Greg has left. I have a comment card from Jonathan Wessel.
And then I think in the spirit of the adequate public hearing that the charter requires for this, I would ask for as much time as you gave the attorney from Bricker Grade. Got you guys some calculators, some math tonight. All right, good evening, Commission. If you guys want to get out your phone, do the math with us together. So nearly every conversation I have about this project really starts with two questions. What is one benefit for the people of Piqua? And what do I get out of this? And you can reason your way to an answer. You can say, that isn't really the role of government. The free market decides these things. You're simply facilitating the highest and best use of the land. Or you can espouse the benefits of economic development in broad strokes. Now, I have not found that answer satisfies many people, but it's not wrong. And you can argue that to land a project like this, some capitulations had to be made. Taxes had to be abated, laws had to be changed, non-disclosure agreements had to be signed, and that in the end, the means were justified. But at each step, I believe you have left more on the table than you needed to. And every action this project still requires of you is a fresh chance to fix that. So tonight, we're at the second reading of a fresh opportunity. That opportunity was handed to you in 1912 when machinists, farmers, and ministers wrote two sentences into the Ohio Constitution. The same two sentences sitting at the top of this ordinance. A city may own its own power and serve its own people to the exclusion of anyone else. That is the crown jewel of this city. It is why Piqua built its own power plant in the middle of the Great Depression. It's why this little city in the Midwest ran the first municipal nuclear reactor in the country. And back in 1912, the power companies saw it coming. They sent their lobbyists and their lawyers to Columbus to kill those two sentences. The best dressed men in the room, paid to be there by the richest companies in Ohio. So let's look at the front row tonight. AES, J5, Bricker Graydon. All men who are paid to be here. So I'd like us to do the math on why these companies would pay these men to sit here tonight. So in front of you, there's two pieces of paper. The first one is page 1 of the city's transmission access schedule passed by this commission just a few months ago. In it, a customer is charged all generation, transmission, and ancillary cost, and has no rights to the city's existing power purchase agreements. I think it's a well-written schedule. In addition, the city levies a demand charge based on the peak kilowatt demand for the billing month. The next page is a document from a February presentation from AES's Transmission Expansion Advisory Committee. In it, you will see in the bottom left corner the requested load for this project at its completion, 1,400 megawatts. So if we put these two together, and this is where a calculator is going to come in handy, if we start with 1,400 megawatts, that's 1,400 megawatts, and we multiply that by 1,000 to get the kilowatts. So times 1,000. So the number in front of you should be 1.4 million. And then we multiply that by the $2.20 from the city's transmission access schedule. So times 2.2. So you should be looking at just over $3 million. That's for 1 month. So we multiply that by 12, and you're looking at just shy of $40 million. And now you multiply that by the 40 years in this agreement. And unfortunately, what you'll find is that the 8-digit calculators that I bought off Amazon ran out of room. But it's $1.478 billion. So if the city were to supply this power and charge the data center developer the exact rate that you guys already passed, the demand charge, which is in excess of all other cost, is $1.4 billion. That does not include the excise tax, which will now be paid to Columbus and not Piqua's general fund. That's another $20 million per year. So all told, 40 years, $2 billion. That is what this agreement gives away. We didn't sell it, we didn't lease it, we gave it. Our right to sell power donated to the same investor-owned utility we told in 1933 to leave Piqua, to take their wires, their poles, and their rates with them. And 90 years later, we stand on the precipice of handing them 90% of the crown jewel of this city.
Jonathan, your time
for
is
nothing. He took 7.5 minutes.
Your time
So
is up.
I'm going to
Your time
finish.
is up. Your time
I
is
am
up.
going to finish.
Time is up. Your
I
time
am.
is up.
You guys have one reading left after tonight. One. One motion, 1 second. That's the whole distance between representing this city and being remembered as the 5 who gave it away.
Thank you.
The deference paid to these men is ridiculous. To allow them to come to the microphone again and again, to retort us, to always get the last word, while you tell us to sit down. There was no timer running when he was up here. You should be ashamed. You don't represent them.
Thanks for your comment. I have a comment card from Richard Price.
I'm on the same program he is, but the only other thing I get is that AES is promising you, oh, we're not going to make a mess, we're going to clean up all of our stuff. My neighbors had AES go through their lawn 4 months ago, and I've been trying to get AES to come and fix their lawn for 4 months, and they got a response a couple times, then they just don't respond. If you try to contact anybody at AES like me, because they're going to put a substation in right next to my house, there's no one I can talk to. There's no one that will talk to me. I'm like, how far from my house will you be? Because the property line is 10 feet on the property that the city of Piqua sold them, which was supposed to be the buffer between me and the water plant. And again, you guys are holding all of the cards. You have all the cards. You don't have to give this away. You're giving away such a, you got the goose that lays the golden egg. They got no way to get power except through the city of Piqua. So if you guys make a deal with them to give away all the rights to the profit on this, you know, you're not working for the citizens of this town. Like, how can you, no businessman, no company that had an attorney, their attorney would never advise them, oh, yeah, give this away. It's only billions of dollars over 40, just give it away. You know, you already gave them the taxes, tax abatement and all that. So why don't you just finish giving them everything? You should have just bought the property and gave it to them. I mean, I don't understand why, when you're sitting there and you got all the cards, are in your hands. That data center doesn't have power unless we give them, the city of Piqua gives them power. And there's no way around that except for you guys to vote and say, yeah, we don't need to make that money. You know, you want money for the school? I mean, I don't know if all the money just goes to the electric company or where it goes or into a general fund, but you're giving away so much money. And there's no other place for them to go and buy this power. Like they can't, they're in the city of Piqua. You hold all the cards. You know, they're not going to say, oh, we're not going to come because you won't let us get discounted power. And as someone mentioned today that AES is already applying for rate hikes for us. So, you know, and we don't have to the city of Piqua doesn't have to pay for that infrastructure. It's already in your agreement with the data center that they got to put all the infrastructure in to supply their power. Am I right or wrong? So you're sitting there and you're going, okay, they got to pay for all the infrastructure, and we have stand a chance here to make $1 billion over 30 years. We don't need that. Let's just give that to Dayton Electric and the AES. Okay? You don't need to build any of the transmit. You don't have to do that. Already is taken care of by the data center. So to sign off on this and give it to them, you are doing such a disservice to the city of Piqua and everybody here, because our rates are going up. I don't care what the guy from AES says. Our rates are going up. It's inevitable. Watch the news, read a paper, look at any documentation on how this plays out. It's not going to be in your favor. And now you have one way that it can be in your favor, and you're going to just give it away. I just don't understand it. I don't understand the logic of it. There's no financial advisor alive that would tell you to sign that agreement. And if the city had an attorney that was worth 2 pieces of defecation, I'll be nice, he would never tell you, sign this contract, give this money away. Like, I don't understand. You already have the card, like he's already said, you have the cards, it's all there. They have to buy their power from the city of Piqua. Why would you give it away? Like, I don't even understand why this is even an issue. You should be sitting there going, ha ha, you know, we're going to make all this money. We're going to be able to do stuff for the city. But no, you're sitting there going, oh, well, let's just give this money away. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, if you guys really do work for the citizens and the city of Piqua, it's the golden goose sitting there. And you're going to be like, nah, we'll give it to Dayton. We'll give it to AES. We'll let those guys have it. I don't even know why this is a discussion. You guys need to get a new city attorney that has some investment knowledge that could tell you how to properly manage it.
I have a comment from Steve Yenning. Steve?
Steve Yenny, electrical engineer, not that that has anything to do with what I'm going to say. So the gentleman here said that we're getting a great deal, we're getting $1 million and some kind of, because they're going to move a transmission line. Yeah, I don't think so. And if that's the truth, where is it in your packet? Okay? Where is it? Do you see it in your packet? I didn't see it. let's see, so Ricker Graydon's representing us, and at the last meeting, I kind of suggested they're getting reimbursed by J5, goes through the city, but, they're paying, all the legal bills are being reimbursed. And as soon as I said that, the guy had to get up and say, oh, no, we're representing the city of Piqua. And, go back and watch the video. That's all he hammered on. He didn't contradict anything I said. But that was his main point the entire time he was up speaking. Also, if you go back and look, this is a special thing in the charter, which I didn't realize. You guys can't waive the 3 reading rule on this. Can't. Not on a franchise agreement ordinance. Also, you can't pass it as an emergency. Yeah. And John Wessel was the one who found all that. And the reason you have changes tonight and a letter from the city manager is because of him, I believe. Pretty sure. So why wasn't it, we have the finest lawyers money can buy, supposedly representing the city of Piqua, but they have to change the ordinance. Gee, I wonder how that works. Let's see. On the resolution that you paid for the electrical services agreement last week, how many mistakes were there in there? A bunch, 3 pages worth. The biggest one being right where it said above approved to form, it said ordinance, not resolution. Unbelievable. And you guys voted for that. Approved to form by your city attorney. She didn't even catch that. She put it in there. So 90% of what I saw that the problems are integration problems caused by your staff, not by Bricker Graydon or J5. But still, you guys passed that. And here's the development agreement. All the things I was talking about, here's all the problems in the development agreement, including illegal language about the Public Records Act, which I pointed out at the last meeting. So who's representing us? Seriously. John is completely correct. Nobody gives away a franchise. Nobody. You pay, if you have cable TV, you pay a franchise fee agreement. It used to go straight to the local government, then the state took it over so that there could be one agreement. Yeah, you still pay a huge franchise fee based upon your what your cable bill is, on the cable portion, not on internet. So he's completely right. And I didn't say a whole lot the last time. I just asked a question about why on this agenda, why it took so long, things like that. But I also held up and said I have a referendum petition. And 750 qualified signatures will undo this whole thing and put a halt to the data center. The thing that everybody apparently wants. I'm not, like I said, when I didn't really clearly state that, I'm not really clearly against the data center. But I've been, telling you, you need restrictions and you don't need to give away the farm. And I don't think you've gotten anywhere near what you can get out of this deal. I mean, you're talking about a $1 trillion company, right? Meta. So stand your ground, get something out of this deal. I told you, if you pass this thing without any changes, and I'm not talking about the changes they made tonight, those had to be in there. Those were mistakes. I'm talking about changes that would be beneficial to the city of Piqua. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
I have a comment card from Katie Kaler-Wagner.
I just wanted to come up here again and reiterate that I just still can't believe that we're here. And you guys do hold literally all of the cards. So I don't know why we're just rolling over and letting this happen. It still wasn't clear on how many generators were going to be used, right? Was that ever answered the last meeting?
One. They said only one.
One? And there's a minimum 2 buildings. I would really like to know if there's a maximum. And I was at the PUCO meeting last week. There is an AES rate hike happening. It's going to impact everybody, and I am just going to say it over and over and over again. Piqua also said that AES needs to pay us back $11 million. Why are we getting in bed with these people? They're also going to be purchased by BlackRock? Where's America First? That's it's a $33 billion, right? $33 billion purchase? Why are we getting into bed with these people? And I connected it all back again, back from J5 to the Piqua Land Company, to the New Albany Company, to Les Wexner. Again, why are we getting into bed with these people? And I would also like to point out that one of the groups that spoke in favor of the AES rate hikes at the PUCO meeting was the Chamber of Commerce. So I don't think it's a coincidence that now where I live, Troy, Ohio, has Paul Oberdorfer in the Chamber of Commerce. Get me off of this ride. Get me out of this bed. It's ridiculous. Please, stop it. Pause it. Slow it down. Why is there such a rush? There is no rush. Our health is more important. They have lawyers. We have voices. That's all we have. They're taking advantage of Piqua. They're taking advantage of a generally lower income community. We all want off this ride. I don't even live here in Piqua. I'm trying to stand up and elevate everybody's voices and educate everybody who you are getting in bed with. This is not okay. Please make it stop.
I have a comment card from Valerie Mulligan.
Good evening again, Commission. Were any of you aware of the Public Utilities Commission hearings that were being held in Dayton for the AES rate hike proposal? Were any of you? I saw Mr. DeBras. Did any of you attend those Public Utility Commission hearings? No. Clearly, no. I did. Last year and this year, to testify before the Public Utilities Commission on the impact of the rate hike. So as Katie just mentioned, and I'll reiterate this, there is currently a deal on the table that has not been resolved yet between AES and BlackRock. Wow, that's pretty scary. Like, who else does BlackRock have in their portfolio? Has anybody looked at that? I did after I learned about it last week. They're buying up utility companies. Utilities. They don't want us to use solar unless we tie into their grid, and we can sell it back to them, but we can't go off grid because that's not allowed. But we're going to have a massive organization running this. That's concerning. So I'm just going to leave that there. Now, there's recently been some chatter about another group called the Grid Growth Venture that has actually been approaching people here in our immediate area, even in my area in Washington Township, but right here in Piqua too. Are you aware of Grid Growth Venture? Any of you know that company? Well, they're brand new, and they're also a division of none other than AES. Being bought out by BlackRock. Sounds like a little monopoly going on there. $100,000, that's what I heard Mr. Schmeezing say, that the employees are going to be paid at the data center. So how many, you said 50, I think, employees total or something like that? We're building like 1,000 homes that are $250,000 plus homes on a $100,000 income those families aren't going to be able to afford. Think about that. And you're giving away $2 billion in revenue. My God. Okay, I thank you, Jonathan, for that little tidbit tonight, because I didn't even do the math, and the math ain't mathin'. That blows my mind. Also, Mr. Smeezing said that we will be bringing in all of these people for the construction of a data center, and it's going to bring revenue into the community. Where are they staying? We don't have any long-term hotels in this town that are extended stays. You know where they're staying? North Dayton, Troy, Sydney, Lima. Why? Because that's where we have extended stay hotels. Where's the revenue going to be? In those communities. We'll get a little bit of a trickle effect of that while the data center's being built, but not much. In the meantime, let me remind you that electricity is hot, right? That's why we don't touch lines. That's why when we put our finger in the socket, we get shocked. Electricity is hot. You're talking high-powered lines to take care of a data center running next to our municipal lines that are going to heat up. It's going to cause problems with our own municipal infrastructure, which brings me to the next thing. I know that there's a penalty if AES approaches us about taking over our community. But I didn't see or hear anything about us approaching them to take over our community when our infrastructure starts to fail because we sold out to AES. It's going to happen. You don't have to have an education in engineering to understand how electricity basically works. When it heats up, the lines wear out. The transformers wear out because they've gotten too hot. So tell me, how soon until we sell out to AES and let them take the $2 billion with them and take from this community? It is not okay. Stop this train. Stop it now. You hold the cards, like everybody said. Please stop it until we get a deal that's fair to the people in the city of Piqua. Thank you.
Seems to be a reoccurring theme here. So, taking a look at this, I don't know if you guys have. AI is something that is hard not to use, even if you try to look something up the old way. I would strongly suggest you guys put this agreement, as well as the data center agreement, and any other agreements that we have, Tie 9 would be good too, just in AI and ask, what are the pros and cons of these agreements, these contracts? Your minds will be blown. Absolutely, they will be blown. I had mentioned this to Mr. Krenji earlier about this, and his response was, why would I do that? Wouldn't you think these companies would do that already? Oh, really? Spend some extra time because your minds will be blown. Every one of these agreements, we have the data center agreement, Tie 9, AES, and I'm sure there's many more, are so overweighted towards the businesses, not towards the city, but everything in there is for the companies. Like, here you go, you can have it all. Just like they said earlier, we got the golden egg and you guys are just, here you go, you can have some. It's not fair, and I don't understand how you guys can't have questions or anything and think that it's totally okay. It's not. So they are overly weighted towards AES, towards the data center, towards Tie 9. You just got to just look at it because there's nothing in it for us. And earlier, Mr. Smeizing said, here's the benefits of AES, this AES deal. And what did he say? He didn't say anything about AES. He talked about the data center exclusively. We are going to get the transmission lines apparently, after 40 years. So what happens because, we've got these petitions going on, and anybody that would like to sign the no data center above 25 megawatt, come see me. What happens when we are able to get this on the ballot and it passes? What happens when the data center backs out? If they do, I'm sure there'll be some conflicts, but if they do, what happens? That's a 30-year agreement. We're looking at AES, it's a 40-year agreement. What happens if they back out in 5 years? What happens if the bubble bursts in 3 years? Who gets paid? Who is paying that? Transmission lines, all this 40-year agreement stuff. I'm pretty sure it's going to be us, and we're going to be left holding the bag because there is no support. There's nothing in there that actually protects us as a city. So we're looking at this that locks the city into a long-term relationship with AES, while the city gives up future revenue, takes on the administrative burdens, and inherits long-term obligations. Administrative burdens. That costs a lot of money, yet we're saying it's okay, put it on us. We're the ones that have to look after them to make sure they are compliant. Are we able to do that? We can't even take a look at contracts now and figure out if they're good or bad now. I don't, and Bricker Graydon, hasn't done anything good for us. And I would hope that you guys would actually think about getting a lawyer to look and see, spend a little extra money to see if it's a good contract. Don't spend any money, look at AI, and your eyeballs will be like really big. I just don't understand. It doesn't cost a dime to figure it out. I'm not a lawyer, but I could tell that. So the administrative costs, it's staff time, legal review, and long-term oversight, we have to pay for, but we're not compensated for it. It's ridiculous. And if, for some reason, the franchise ends, and actually a franchise, people get into franchises because they get to make money. That's the whole thing for a franchise. I mean, is this like considering like outsourcing like everything else? Because it seems like it, because we're giving the marbles away. We got nothing. So it says...
Time is up.
Okay, well, we need protection, and I would strongly recommend you guys adding a lot more compensation in there. I mean, $1 billion, actually, I would say don't do it, or table it until you guys have negotiations in there, and protections for us in case they pull out, or in case the data center stops, because right now, we're the ones holding the bag, and we shouldn't be.
I have a comment card from Soleil Larson. I have a comment card from Soleil Larson.
So the fact that we're still talking about this item tells me that everything I said before didn't sink in. So I'm going to try one more time. You had a finance director and a city manager that were unauthorized in 2024 to conduct any business for this city. They signed contracts during that time about this data center, about zoning, about all kinds of stuff that they were not authorized because their offices were considered vacant under Ohio statute. Let me be really clear about this, you guys. You guys are now complicit if you move forward on any of these agreements that were designed by an absent, vacant Paul Obendorfer. Let me just name names. Maybe you don't know the position titles. Gerald O'Brien. They were not under oath. Gerald O'Brien said specifically to me, and I have a recording, and I will take it to the law if I must, that he was not sworn in, and that's just the way it goes. There was no Mr. Lee coming back later after the fact, after 3 emails where he said he did not remember. Then he said he swore him in at his first meeting, which would have been January 21st, but he said it was January 11th or 12th. His first day wasn't. Commission didn't meet till January 21st, 2021. So there were so many lies that Mr. Lee cannot have done it. A Zoom call or any other kind of video oath does not qualify as a written, fileable document. They didn't keep the video. If they did it, I don't think they did it. They didn't keep a written document because they didn't have one. There was no oath administered. Because Obendorfer, the minute he found out he needed to do an oath, guess what? He ran around, did everybody else's in his office. He did the oaths immediately. Ran around like a chicken with his head cut off. That tells me he didn't do it, he didn't know to do it, and he served vacant. That's fraud, you guys. Real fraud. You guys let him sign contracts, Mr. Vetter, Mr. DeBras. You let him act like, you let him get his paycheck, you let him do everything. You let him act like he actually existed here. But he didn't have to take his oath. That's not good business, guys. It's not under the law. It's not within the charter. This whole data center thing, Wilmington, they got off just because the zoning ordinance wasn't followed. Well, we know what Hinkleman and Chad and all those guys think of zoning ordinance. We get to do whatever we want. We can change it whenever we want. We can use our discretion. We don't have to actually follow the zoning ordinance as law. We have so many video recordings of them saying that here in this room. And you guys going, okay. And then when they make mistakes, under the law, they're making mistakes. You guys go, oh, okay, you just made a mistake. I make mistakes. No, it's not like that. This is a legal room with legal proceedings, legal votes. This is not kindergarten and you get a star. These are legal happenings that you guys can be individually sued for. Because you've been made aware time and time and time again. You say you want to move on and go in the future. Well, how are we going to do that? You had a lawless person in office that did not adhere to the charter, and you guys let him. You let him get away with it time and time and time again. And the dates of that, he did not take his oath until February 14th, 2025. 2025. A lot of this data stuff, data center stuff went on in 2024 and 2023. No authorization allowed. All contracts can be deemed null and void. You guys have a chance to do the right thing. The people are going to make you do the right thing. We've been warning you, we've been telling you, we've been educating you. We're serious. We matter, we care, and we'd like you guys to really dig in deep on this stuff and table this thing tonight. Table it. Get rid of it. It's not in the interest of Piqua, it's not in the interest of the citizens. God's not going to look favorably. You know, God says his people perish for lack of knowledge. Well, when your people get up here and they educate you, what's the problem then? You've been given the knowledge. What are you going to do with it? And this one last thing. This is all the fraud in Ohio. $17.8 million by government officials. Quit trusting them, you guys.
Thanks for your comment. I have a last comment sheet from Alicia Lang.
All right, so let's begin with another quote, because I'm feeling quotey today. So, and that's a real word. I'm kidding. Okay, so you know there's this thing like where you can go get your DNA done and then they like tell you like for an extra fee like who you're related to? I did that. So I would like to quote someone from my lineage. Winston Churchill, okay? So, Winston Churchill said, never give in, never give in, never, 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 never. in nothing great or small, large or petty. Never give in except to convictions of honor and good sense. This is not good sense and it's not honorable. You've heard over and over and over and over and over again from the people. Stop this madness. I also would like to quote another member of my lineage that I learned about. Also has a quote that sometimes is, I guess, it's attributed to him, but also it appears in a 1940s Canadian beekeeper journal, and that is of Albert Einstein. The quote is, "If the bee disappeared off the surface of the globe, then man would have only 4 years of life left." There are studies that have emerged recently, and I urge you, if you have a soul at all, a brain at all, any life in you at all, to please look it up, because don't take my word for it. The honeybees are dying because of the data centers. This is a new statistic, look it up. Also, I've been hearing for months that the farmers that have calves, I have livestock, okay? The cost of livestock it's insane. What used to be $10 years ago went up to $50, then $250. Now, for a bottle calf, $2,500. And you have to feed it yourself. Hay used to be $1 a bale, $1, $2 a bale. If you knew somebody, I knew somebody. Now, $7 to $10 all day. You think beef is expensive now? You wait 18 months. I'm going to be the only one eating beef because I have my own. I might give you some if you do the right thing. I also had some ancestors actually in this town. In fact, the Lang family was the very first customer that the city of Piqua ever had for electricity. Very first power customer. So, but I'm not from here, apparently. So, I don't live here, I don't know anything. And we want to talk about franchise. You know, once again, I just walked in off the street, apparently. Oh, wait a second, that's right, my grandfather had 4 franchises here in town. He had 4 KFCs. Well, one was in Sydney, I believe, so 3. And my family also, I don't know if you've heard this cute little place, it's called Lock 9. That was Lang property. It was the Lang swimming pool back in the day. But I just walked in off the street, apparently, allegedly, in others' opinions. The new water plant, you know how you got that land? There's a theme here from my grandmother. She would be disgusted. This is disgusting. We've asked you over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, no, please don't. We will get these ballot initiatives on there. The recall is going to happen. It would be great if people didn't have to recall you. It would be great if you acted a certain way because you were moved to, because you're a good person, because you want to hear the constituents say thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you for listening. You're not doing that, you're ignoring everyone. And as Jonathan in his exercise showed you, I mean, the math is not mathing, folks. Do better, love this town, or you will be recalled. You had an opportunity today to say no, you did not. We can recall you too. I just want the best for this town, and I hope you all do too. Thank you.
That concludes the last comment card I have for this ordinance. And I wonder if we have last questions from the commission. Hearing none, this will stand as the second reading.
Oh, I do. I was going to defer to anyone else who may. let's start with RJ. Anything that you would like to address before I dive into this?
All right. So thank you, Commissioner DeBras. Thank you all for your comments. What I would like to address about Mr. Wessel's calculations is that rate schedule is the TAS rate schedule. It contemplates a service at 69 kV transmission voltage, capped at 10 megawatts, and that runs through our city's distribution network, which in a sense allows that 10 megawatts to be accounted for and reserved on our lines. I do not know what the rate would be if we were serving a 1.4 gigawatt load, but I don't think it will be that. So the calculations there are kind of assumed based on that rate, which would not apply. And I looked to Matt, but I don't know if there's a definite answer there. Okay.
So they get a discount on their electricity over what?
So the other piece I had, Grid Growth Ventures, not affiliated with AES. That's a joint venture with AP and First Energy, I believe. Wires get hot. So we're not planning to sell out the power system to AES. Commissioner DeBras, that's kind of what I had written down here to address. Actually, one more thing. On Ms. Heisler's question about what happens if AES, I believe, or the data center backs out. The way that this deal is contemplated is we are not investing hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure to serve this customer. AES is doing that. So if the customer backs out, the city is not on the hook for any of that. And so those are some of the questions that I had written down, but if you had any specifically.
Yes. We're going to start up here at the top. With the infrastructure that we currently have, can we, being the city of Piqua's power system, supply the operational power to the data center?
We would not have enough capacity coming into the city to serve that load.
So how much would it cost for us to obtain that capacity and infrastructure?
I simply don't know. It's not our purview. We own transmission lines throughout the city at 69 kV, a small number of them, but I don't know what that infrastructure build out would be. I believe that AES to serve this customer is spending millions and millions of dollars.
So, okay, we'll park that for a minute.
We do have a sorry to interrupt,
Nope.
Commissioner DeBras. We do have a representative from AES here if he wanted to provide some details, or if you would like to throw to him for some of that, but I apologize for interrupting. Go ahead.
No. Let's go back to the kilowatt hour tax. You just stated that we don't have the capacity or the infrastructure to supply the operational power to the data center. And the kilowatt hour tax, as my understanding, is the tax that is received from the entity who transmits the power to the end user. Is that correct?
The kilowatt hour tax is an excise tax on the sales of kilowatt hours by a retail distribution provider.
So in this particular instance, who would capture the kilowatt hour tax?
In the agreement as it's contemplated, the kilowatt hour tax is a pass-through through the distribution provider. If we are not the distribution provider, it would go to the state.
Okay, did we try to capture any of that kilowatt hour tax?
Did we?
Yes.
We did.
Why weren't we successful in being able to capture it?
Because we are not able to be, we are not going to be the distribution provider for the operational load.
And who sets that determination? Is that done by the regulatory agency, the state, the General Assembly? Where is that?
I believe that the General Assembly, Ohio Revised Code determines where the kilowatt hour excise tax eventually lands.
In any of our conversations leading up to this point in time, did the data center offer to extend the reimbursement for infrastructure to the city of Piqua to build out the capacities to supply them for operational power?
No, Commissioner Browse, they did not.
Okay. All right. So, sorry, handwriting's a little ineligible at this point in time. If the provider sorry, scratch that. Let's go circle back here to, it was brought up about protections in this. What protections do we have as the deal is currently structured?
Protections for the customers you're talking about in the franchise agreement?
Yes.
Yeah, so the franchise agreement contemplates AES only serving this customer, only on this piece of land, and only for data center operational load. Translated otherwise as AES is not able to serve any other customer, current or existing. They're not able to approach or go down the path of attempting to serve any other customers that may choose to locate in this area of town without involving us in those conversations. It contemplates protecting the territorial boundaries of the city and its municipal power system other than the very specific data center load by this very specific customer on these very specific parcels.
And this also keeps this separate from the residential distribution network, is that correct?
Yes, correct. The operational load will be completely separate under this agreement, served by AES, outside of the pool of resources that we purchase forward for the city to supply its generation needs to our citizens and residents and businesses.
So my last question for you is kind of a two-part question, so we'll call it two questions. We'll assume that Mr. Wessel's math was correct for this exercise, and that we would be leaving $1.4 billion on the table over the next 30 years. Is it, I'm sorry? 40 years. 1.4 billion over the next 40 years on the table. My understanding, to get to that conclusion, you have to make a couple assumptions. One, we have the capacity and the infrastructure existing to be able to supply that type of demand and that type of power. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes.
And you just stated earlier that we do not have that capacity and that we do not have the infrastructure to supply that type of load for their operational capacity.
Yes, correct. We have 69 kV transmission lines in the city not capable of serving 1.4 megawatts.
Okay. Do we have a couple $100 million laying around to pay for that infrastructure to increase our capacity to be willing to supply the operational power?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. This is not your time. Quiet, please.
And I believe that I asked you earlier in this questioning at any point in time, was that offer or conversation extended for this increased capacity and infrastructure to be a part of the reimbursement and the infrastructure that the end user is going to pay for?
No, I've not been privy to that conversation, only the construction power needs.
And last question, I guess, last point, this is more of a point, I guess. Knowing that that price tag is in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and the feedback that we heard from the community about their concerns over the power supply and the load, and ensuring that that was kept separate from the residential load, and for their rates to not increase based off of this, is that one of the larger reasons as to why this franchise agreement is before us?
Yeah, there's numerous reasons, that being one of them. I believe I heard early on that the general consensus was that we didn't want this operational load to be intermingled with or affect our residential or businesses that we currently serve. This franchise agreement allows that and protects that.
Yeah, I think that's all I have for the moment, Mayor.
Other questions from commission?
Can we get a basic ballpark idea what that infrastructure build out would be over? I know you can't put it together today, but can you come up with a ballpark what that would be as far as? Huh? Okay.
This is Rob Beeler from AES.
So the load on the system of 1.4 gigawatts that's been requested requires an interconnection to the interstate facility, and that build out would be dozens of miles of high voltage lines across Ohio. So to make sure that we're connecting in to the grid overall and allow those power flows, because it is a very significant load. The revenue, just to continue if I may, the revenue is not just revenue that goes in the pocket. The utility earns a regulated return, regulated by PUCO and by PJM and FERC. That regulated return is a return on the investment made to do just as you're talking about. To make that build out, what is that return?
Can you give us a ballpark number?
It is in the hundreds of millions. I don't have the number directly on me.
Get
but
that number to us.
The number is redacted as part of the filing that goes into FERC, the actual number there. But the revenue return is 9.85% as a rate of return. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from commission? Hearing none, this will stand as a second reading of ordinance number O-7-26. Continuing on, we have a late hour, but I'd like to get through these final ordinances if we can. This is in reference to ordinance number O-8-26, a third reading.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 32, Boards and Commissions.
Good evening, Commissioners. This ordinance modifies Chapter 32, Boards and Commissions. The changes the voting structure of the members that are present from a majority of the members on the board to a majority of those present. There's been no changes since the last reading.
I have a couple comment cards in reference to this ordinance. The first one is from Jonathan Wessel.
Wait, what the hell is this? How did this one get in here?
Good evening again, Mayor, Commissioners. On the previous ordinance, I would like to remind you guys that the charter does call for an adequate hearing in giving away a franchise. I'm not quite sure that giving 50% more time than what's allowed to a citizen to somebody who's going to forget your name before they get to the highway is an adequate public hearing. So we should have an opportunity to have some back and forth and actually get questions answered. The agreement very clearly says, in recognition of the city's cost to administer, and the foregone utility revenue, and taxes. I think it's absolutely appropriate for you guys to understand what that number is. So they put the line about how we're not going to see increased cost into the whereas statement, but this is in the operative section of the ordinance, that the city will have foregone utility revenue and taxes. They should absolutely be required to quantify that. Also, I don't believe for 2 seconds, and that's why he won't answer the question, on who's paying for that transmission line. I bet the developer's paying for it. And I bet the developer's going to source their own power purchase agreements. So something is still not right. So boards and committees, I think everybody understands what happened here in April, the Planning Commission meeting. There were only 3 members in attendance. In May, there was only 3 members in attendance. They forwarded on a recommendation to you with a 2-1 vote. I believe the city law director correctly let you guys know that there was not a valid vote, so it had to go back. So it seems that this is a fix for the attendance problem. However, since that occurred, the city has found 2 other ways to fix the attendance problem. One is that on May 21st, Mr. Bupp resigned his seat, and his replacement was approved by this commission at the very next meeting on June 2nd. So that was remedy 1. The second remedy is that the June Planning Commission meeting was rescheduled due to a forecasted attendance issue. So I don't think that this ordinance in front of you is needed at all. It looks like the city has 2 avenues to address an attendance issue. So I would encourage you guys to either let this die or to vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Richard Price.
So 2 of you guys can get tickets to go to the movies if you don't want to vote for something, and only 3 show up and it passes. That's what you're looking to do. Kind of looking to make it like, we don't need everybody here. There's nothing that you're voting on in this meeting that you can't vote on a meeting in 2 weeks. There ain't nothing that important. I can see nothing that important that if you didn't have a quorum, that you couldn't wait 2 weeks to vote on it. Unless the water was like flowing in the windows or something. I don't understand. You know, that's, I think that lowering the majority vote is just really just painting a bad picture. And on the other subject, I thought the data center was paying for the electrical improvements to satisfy their needs. So all the transmission lines and stuff for that are supposed to go on the data center, as far as I thought when you voted on the original contract. So why bring up the issue of how much it's going to cost? Doesn't matter. Golden egg in Piqua's hand. Data center, you need power, you can get it from us, but you got to put the lines in. That's what you agreed to in the first place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a comment card from Kim Heisler.
Pretty much the same comments that they had. We don't need to lower our standards. To have, if I understand correctly, 3 would be a quorum if 2 people went to the movies. Or, you know, was sick. I mean, if I didn't want to vote for something, that's the easiest way out, right? Oh, I'm sick. I won't be there. You know, you get out of the, it just doesn't make any sense. We need to fix the problems and get a good foundation, get the people back involved. There's nothing that has to move at business speed. We're down 4 major people. We don't have to continue to keep moving forward in a very fast way. Actually, what we should be doing is slowing down, making more calculated decisions, and not just pushing forward. I mean, it makes no sense to me. What time is it? My time to speak. You were looking. It was more important, I guess. Okay, so I would say don't lower our standards. And then also, I brought this up before. You guys have not mentioned it again. I've not gotten any reason back. You've not questioned it. I don't understand. So the records board is the only board that's done differently. The city manager appoints the public person to be on the board. Why is that different than any of the other boards where it's not appointed by you guys? That makes no sense to me. That, to me, sounds like if you got a city manager. Okay, so I did a records request for records retention schedules. I don't know, it was like, I don't know, maybe a year ago, maybe not quite that long ago. I got the old ones and I got the new ones. The new ones were passed, the records meeting that I went to, everybody sat around, they were just handed stuff at the time. I don't know if they got it earlier or not, but they were given time in the meeting to overlook the new retention schedule, which basically said these type of documents will be kept for however many years, whatever. So it was, a fairly quick meeting. Very important information being looked at. But in the comparison of the old versus the new, some of the records retention timelines lessened by 1 or 2 years. Less than Ohio recommended, however, they passed it. So for you guys to say, for you guys not to question the boards and commissions, the records boards and commission, to have the city manager appoint a person makes no sense to me, because that seems like he's appointing someone who knows they will agree and align with what the city wants and agree to lessen the quality in which records were kept. I don't agree with that. I wish you guys would make that change and make them all across the board. I would like to know why it's set separate and why you guys don't even have questions about that, because it makes no sense to me. And I would like for you guys to ask the city why that happened. Why did the records retentions on some of the files get shorter in time to be kept? Because there's been a lot of controversial stuff happening with the battery burns, and just controversial stuff happening, that stuff should be kept, and being in lawsuits, that stuff should have even been tabled and not even passed. So I know you guys are just sitting there looking at me, but I would like to have explanation as to why. And if you don't have explanation, why not change it back? It makes no sense to me that why you would have that completely different. Makes no sense. All right, thanks.
Thank you. I have a public comment card from Steve Yenny.
Okay, so when this was first put on the agenda, Kyle Hankelman had already left, right? And Kyle was pretty much in charge. He left on 6/5, and, he's community service director, so he's gone. And this idea comes up, so whose idea is this? One of you guys? You guys, is this your idea? Because it's a bad idea. I got a better idea. Why don't you just put 7 people in the planning commission? If you're going to make a change to this section of the code, which is chapter 32, put 7 people on the planning commission. That way you're likely to have enough people for a quorum all the time. Much better idea. It still supports democracy, right? So whose lame brain idea was this? I wasn't going to get up and talk about this. I can't believe this is on a 3rd reading. I can't believe you guys didn't say, hey, take this off the agenda the first time it was on there. Seriously. I don't want to stand up here and answer my question. Whose idea was this?
This is your public comment time.
Whose idea was this?
This is your comment time.
Yeah, and I'm asking you a question.
And that's, when I answer questions, we're getting off in comment.
There's nothing that says you
Waiting
can't
for
take
your-
my time. I
we're
yield
waiting
my
for your
time.
comment.
I yield my time to you. Answer my question. Answer my question, Frank. Whose idea was this?
Would you like to address how this originated?
Your idea? Seriously? That's what I thought. Thank you.
You're welcome. I have no other comment cards.
Great.
Wait a
Then,
minute, my time's still running, I guess.
yeah, I will. Now that it's time for the commissioners' questions, would somebody care to elaborate on how this ended up on the agenda?
The former Community Services Director, Kyle Hinkleman, brought this to the city's attention. The ordinance was then put together to ask if this was something that the commission wanted to consider.
Somebody just gave one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if there's another public comment card.
Yeah, we have one, Soleil Larson.
So on the records retention and these boards, what we're finding, you guys, and it's really important that you guys know this because I don't think you ask for a lot of records. When we ask for records, we're told that Paul Obendorfer's calendar was not of administrative value and that he got to decide that. So what our city manager spends his time doing, we as the citizens aren't allowed to know that. He didn't sign an NDA with us. We didn't say he didn't have to tell us what he's doing for his $200,000 a year. He does. Now see, Byron, we're allowed to request his calendar and get it. He doesn't throw his away. So now we have a quandary, don't we? What's the law? What's of administrative value? Just if, you know, we have an interim city manager, we get to see what he's up to. But Paul Obendorfer got rid of all of his. We didn't get to see March. We didn't get to see April. We didn't even know if he was working or not. But I guess he took the whole month off. I don't know. Couldn't see his calendar. So when we don't get to see these records requests, you guys don't understand. We don't trust anything that's going on in the city government. Neither should you. And when that purchase order debacle occurred, and they couldn't even tell us who told them they can't give us records on request anymore, even if there's nothing redactable. So even though the law says the records have to be put in an order that's inspectable. Inspectable doesn't mean we give you a call and it's going to be 5 or 6 days before you get your shit together and we can come look at it. That's not what it says. Inspectable says if there's nothing to be redacted, the citizen gets to go down to the city, ask for the record, and in a reasonable period of time, all we did was ask for an oath to be pulled, an oath of office, on the interim city manager that nobody, or the interim finance director that's spending all of our money that already had a digital signature, and she had started and been in office for 2 days, and nobody even had an announcement. There wasn't even a public announcement. So the public didn't even know. And we were told, nope, because of that PO mistake, where there's a digital signature, which means that there's an internal control problem, because the purchasing agent doesn't even have to get approval. She can just select whatever digital signature she wants to get approval. It's done. Boom, gone. Money spent. This is a very big deal, you guys. I was an auditor for 14 years, I'm telling you. You guys have a major problem in the city. The software doesn't protect us at all. It doesn't give the internal controls that it should. And with the city deciding, I don't know if it was Byron, but the city freaked out. Diana Tamplin was freaking out. I can't give you an oath. I can't do it. And you're like, Diana, you were fine with us 2 days ago. Why aren't you okay now? Well, with that thing that happened to the purchase orders, we can't. We were told today we can't give you any documents on inspection. No, nothing. We got a finance director hired. We don't know how. We don't know what way they got in there, who they know, what's going on, and they got a signature, digital signature. We get 2 POs, one with her signature and one with Jerry O'Brien's from March of 25. You guys, we got a problem. How records are handled in the city is a problem. They're not getting them ordered. they're reacting in fear to the people saying, hey, we're holding you accountable. Why would they be afraid if they're doing the right thing? Nobody gets fired for doing the right thing and doing a good job, do they? I mean, maybe I'm wrong. But usually when you do the right thing, you don't get fired and there's nothing to be afraid of. But when people start freaking out because there's this mistake, and I asked her, I said, were you going to call the software company? Bev Yount, are you going to call the software company and get this fixed? Well, I guess I could. I guess I could. Not, I'm definitely going to. Did Mr. Byron talk to you? Because he promised us at the meeting he was going to come talk to whoever made the mistake. Nope. Nope, didn't come. Just a directive ordered for everybody to not do any records requests for the citizens unless those records are reviewed first. You guys are freaking out. We're just looking at our records. We're allowed to. If there's nothing wrong, there's no reason to freak out. Okay? Please do not make this change to make it less necessary to have enough eyes on what is happening. Please don't do this. It's not right.
Thank you. That is my last comment card. The question is, this is a third reading for ordinance number O-8-26. Is there a resolution for the issue?
Commissioners, before you proceed, the attachment to the packet is wrong. I addressed it at the last commission meeting. It can't be community service director or city planner. It needs to stay city manager and city engineer. This part in this packet, again, does not reflect that, but it should stay, that part should not be amended. It should not be redlined. It's on page 31.
Other questions from the commission?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I still keep track. It's been 18 years now since I moved to Ohio, but I still keep track of what's happening in Seattle just in case I want to move back. Don't worry, not going to happen. A couple of weeks ago, I saw an article where there was a leader in one of their school districts that decided that they were going to take some of the requirements off the table, like science, technology, engineering, math, English and math, you know, the core stuff. Why? Because some of their students might fail in school. So instead of teaching the kids the way you're supposed to teach kids, or changing that around, well, let's just take the requirements and move them away. And that doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me for that, and it doesn't work for me on this either. Since Alicia's been so good with quotes, I get to give mine. I'm going all Star Trek on you. Star Trek 6. President's address at Kittimer, he says, just because we can do something, it does not follow that we must do that thing. So I feel free to call the question, and I would ask my fellow commissioners to vote with me and say no to this.
So you're making that in the form of a motion?
Yes.
Yeah. Is there support for that motion?
A second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that ordinance number O-8-26 be defeated tonight. Okay. So we'll call for the roll call on that. Kim, please.
Commissioner Simmons,
Voting no on this ordinance.
Commissioner Walker,
No.
Mayor Vetter,
Yes.
Commissioner Wade,
I am voting no, but I would like to see this revised.
Commissioner DeBras.
No.
So the ordinance. Now we'll move on to ordinance number O-9-26, a second reading.
An ordinance to make appropriations for the city of Piqua, Ohio for the year 2026.
Commissioners, this is the second reading on this ordinance. There was no changes since the first reading. We discussed in detail what each section of this request was referring to. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I have one comment card from Kim Heisler.
I'll just make this really quick. When we run into like the second and third readings of stuff, if we could get the full rundown, that would be really good again, of the changes or anything like that, instead of just saying there's no changes. And that would help the folks that maybe weren't here the last time or didn't have a chance. But I think that would be great to hear all of that, to refresh our memories also. Thanks.
Thank you. I have no other comment cards in reference to this ordinance. Questions from commission? Hearing none, this will stand as the second reading for ordinance
Could you
number-
have her reread them?
I'm sorry, please?
Could you have her reread them?
I
Instead
can't
of
hear
saying
you.
this. Could you have her reread them?
Have them read them?
Yes, the appropriation. She said there was no changes from last time. Could you have her read the changes?
I think we can.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with
could
that.
you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We did it last time.
I know, but the point is, I asked if we could do it each time in case there were different people and to refresh our memory. I'm sorry it's late, but it would be good.
That's fine.
Commissioners, this is an ordinance to make appropriations for the year 2026. These changes are due to either changes in plans or unexpected costs, updates to scopes of work for projects, various reasons that these types of things come before you. Section 1 is Section 1 is in regards to the architect recommending additional structural analysis for Hans Pavilion. Section 2 is additional IT needs, including the addition of security cameras in the MGC parking lot and data backup needs for the police department records and training needs. Section 3 is increased electrical transmission costs within the Dayton region. In particular, there was a January winter storm event that caused power cost to increase approximately $400,000 over budget for that month alone. So this is in anticipation of continued increased electric transmission costs that the city has no control over. Section 4 is in regards to the fire department and some unexpected vehicle repair needs. Section 5 is the police department vehicle repairs, much of which that will be reimbursed by third parties' insurance. Section 6 is to cover some updated cost projections for the Roosevelt Sanitary Sewer Replacement and Upgrade Project. Section 7 to cover updated cost projections for the stormwater manhole replacement and rehabilitation project. Section 8 to cover the updated cost projections and changes to the scope of work for the Washington Road reconstruction project and projected costs for construction and inspection services. Those costs will be fully reimbursed by the project. Section 9 to cover costs for the water treatment plant generator repairs and backup generator rental to be reimbursed by insurance. Also, that section covers the updated cost projections for the low-level dam removal and restoration project, much of which will be reimbursed by grants. Section 10 is the costs associated with the resignation of the finance director to include interim services and special auditing requirements. That covers all the sections.
So I want to mention something here. Section 57 of the charter says, no contract, agreement, or other obligation involving the expenditure of money out of the appropriations may be made by the commission shall be entered into, nor shall any order for such expenditure be valid unless the Director of Finance, which I don't believe we have one, shall first certify to the commission that the money required for such contract, agreement, or obligation is in the treasury to the credit of the appropriation from which it is to be drawn, and that is otherwise unencumbered. So the certificate of the Director of Finance should be filed and made a matter of record in his office. And the so sum certified as being the treasury shall not thereafter be considered unencumbered until the city is discharged from the contract, agreement, or obligation. So anyways, it looks like you can't pass that anyway because we don't have a finance director. So just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, thank you. And this is a second reading anyway, so questions from commission? This will stand as a second reading for ordinance number O-9-26. And the next resolution is number R-81-26, and it is currently tabled.
That's Valerie's comment card for this ordinance.
I can't hear you.
That comment card I just gave you was for Valerie for this ordinance.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, it is for this ordinance. Valerie Milligan.
I was listening to the appropriations, and I'm a little bit alarmed that this is even before you. We haven't done a full audit since our treasurer left. We need to do that before we can consider any appropriations. You guys are missing the boat on this. Public Administration 101, get those audits done for your city manager, your city finance director, all these people that have left. You got to get this done, guys. Don't reappropriate money. Don't lose money. You're throwing away money on a data center. You're letting it fly out the window. And they're going to come back here in November and want money to cover the golf course and to cover other parks things. And we have a street falling apart. No, there's nothing in there about appropriations for High Street. My God, you guys, come on. The underground utilities on High Street is a disaster. How much water did we lose with this last water main break? Come on, please. Get your audits done. Table this resolution, please. Thank you.
Mayor Vetter, I would just like to point out, as you are all aware, that we do have an interim city manager, Caleb White, who was the finance manager, is serving in that role until a permanent finance director can be onboarded. So we have that in place. And in terms of the question about the audits, when a finance director is hired, they will order from a third or an outside auditing firm to do the audit back to when Jerry left. So the audit will be completed once the finance director is hired. To do it now, you would then have to do another one. If you did one now for the interim, you'd have to do one when you hired the director, and at $20,000 to $30,000 a piece, or you can wait till you hire a finance director and then just audit all the books back to the last city or finance director. So that's the reason it can't be done immediately.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, I think I have no other comment cards in reference to ordinance number O-9-26. Additional questions from commission? Hearing none, this will stand as a second reading of that ordinance. And we have now resolution number R-81-25, which is currently tabled.
A resolution authorizing the city manager to modify an existing agreement with Bricker Graydon for economic development legal services.
To have this discussion, we will have to untable the issue. Is there a motion to untable this resolution?
So moved.
Do we have support for the motion to untable? I'll second the motion. We have a motion, a second, to untable this resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Let's do a roll call just to make sure we have the numbers right.
Commissioner Simmons.
Nay.
Commissioner Walker.
Aye.
Mayor Vetter.
Aye.
Commissioner Wade.
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras.
Aye.
Okay. We have untabled the resolution. Now we'll have the discussion about the resolution. So I have a couple of comment cards about that. we have a presentation first?
Would you like me to go?
Please.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for your patience this evening as we work through this lengthy agenda. You'll recall from the last meeting, this item pertains to an increase in PO 27086 in the amount of $85,000, the purpose of which is to take the current total amount approved on the PO from $285,000 to $370,000. And this is the amount that is anticipated to cover the remaining expenses to support the legal services necessary to complete this engagement. There were a couple questions raised concerning the item that I want to address for the commission. The first one was about there being two separate POs having been issued for brick or grade engagement on the data center project. What I would tell you is PO number 25963 was issued in August 6th, actually, of 2024. And that was the PO that was initially issued to engage professional services in a timely manner to be able to support the discussions concerning an economic development prospect proposing to locate a data center in Piqua. The PO encumbrance included $50,000 for the services anticipated at the time, which, similar to the point made by Mr. Craney earlier, we typically do not open POs, especially on a project like this where billing is for time and expenses, and it's very hard to forecast what that total amount will be for more than what we think is reasonably needed to get things moving. In December of 2024, the initial purchase order referenced was closed as part of the annual year-end reconciliation process conducted by Finance. And unfortunately, they didn't realize at the time that the engagement was not complete. At that time, the total expenditure was $36,533.75. So to allow for the engagement of the professional services to continue as needed for the support of this matter, we were directed to open a new PO, which is PO number 27086, and that was issued on March 6th of 2025. The initial PO encumbrance included $36,000 for the services expected to continue to occur at that time, which when combined with the prior total expenditure on the previous PO remained below the $75,000 threshold, which then requires that the item be brought to City Commission for authorization. As it relates to activities since then and remaining below the authorized amount and whether or not that occurred, upon the expenditures for PO number 27086, the currently active PO that was opened in March, when the expenses began approaching the $36,000 encumbrance, we brought forward resolution R57-25, which was presented to the City Commission on May 6, 2025, to authorize increasing that PO, or the current PO, to $140,000, which is a total of $176,533.75 if you add in the original amount that was expended on the prior PO. Because we were increasing the amount on the active PO, that is the amount of the increase that was being discussed as it pertained to the PO 27086. Subsequently, when we approached the encumbrance amount of $140,000 that action increased that PO to, we brought forward resolution R11525, which was presented to the City Commission on November 3rd of 2025, to authorize increasing the PO to $285,000, the current authorized amount, which, when you add the prior PO to that, is a total of $321,533.75. At both of those points in time, when those POs were increased, there had been no payments made to the vendor over the amount that was authorized at that moment as we progressed through this engagement process. Upon the PO 27086 expenditure approaching the $285,000 encumbrance, the vendor was asked to provide an estimate for the anticipated expense to complete the project. That was recognized earlier this year, around, I think it was the March timeframe. And so the intent was to get a good forecasted number so that when it was brought forward, you would have a projection to the end of this engagement, knowing that we were in the final stages of buttoning up the electric services agreement and also the franchise agreement. So R 8126 that you have before you this evening requests that the PO amount authorized be increased to $370,000, which is $406,533.75 if you include the expenditure on the previous PO. And here again, we have not exceeded the $285 currently authorized, and the amount that we're requesting the increase to include also includes a contingency amount, so that we should not have this request before you any further from this point. This should be able to button up the project is the point. Lastly, I'll point out the funds necessary to support the increase are appropriated in the power budget and are available to cover the PO increase amount requested. And lastly, it's been referenced, so I'll just mention, if not for the project, the city wouldn't be incurring these legal expenses. So it's entirely ordinary and not uncommon at all to negotiate that the project be responsible for reimbursing the locality for those legal expenses incurred to be responsive to the things they're asking for us to consider. So to that point, we have previously been reimbursed the $200,000 that's been mentioned before, and then just last Friday, following the approval of the electric services agreement, which also required reimbursement for services related to the power and energy documents, reimbursement, I'll call it, or payment of expected legal fees in the amount of $191,026.10 was received from the company. So we are now in a position where if we don't spend the contingency amount, we will have been reimbursed for 100% of all the legal fees incurred as part of this project. The other item that was brought up was the duplicated PO, concerning there be two versions of PO 27086, both with the same issuance date and different authorizing signatures. This, I think, as folks have discerned by now, was the result of the Springbrook finance software used by the city to generate purchase orders electronically. When the review process is completed and the PO is released for the issuance, the software generates the PO and automatically adds the authorizing digital signature that's in the system at that time. And the original PO was signed by Gerald O'Brien, the finance director, at the time that PO was originally issued. In response to a recent in-person public records request, instead of providing a copy of the PDF of the original PO, finance staff inadvertently printed a PO from the software, which resulted in the current interim finance director at that time, their signature being displayed on the document that was presented. The finance team has, I've been informed the finance team has since adjusted the software settings so that only the PDF of the original PO can be printed out once a purchase order has been created in the system. And there is only one PO 27086 in the system. I think that addresses the questions that were raised. Thank you.
I have several comment cards. The first is from Richard Price.
I'm keeping it short because you're not all falling asleep, but we're all ready to go to bed. If you have a system that already prints out the e-signature on a document, it's broken. You guys go, I'm sure all of you had to e-sign a document at some point. You can't e-sign a document until you push the button to e-sign a document. If you got a computer that spits those out, I want a job in that office because I'm gonna make me some money. Anyway, have a good night, gentlemen.
Thanks, Rick.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Steve Yenning.
Okay, so if you go back and watch the video, Chris was saying that $72K was left on that purchase order, $285K. He said it multiple times. But there was only $1,100, $1,114, because I got an email, I did the work. You know, and here it is, I'll give you a copy. So that's how much was left. All the things he just said are not in your packet tonight. There's been no change to your packet, no staff report, so this is the, you know, similar problem. The only reason you tabled that is because I gave Paul those 2 documents. You weren't going to table it, you know, based upon what I'd said before, which was totally legitimate. Everything I said was correct. The only thing I got wrong was we were given the wrong information. We were told that the PO was cut on 3/6/2025 at the full amount of $285,000, but that's not what happened. There was 4 different change orders to it. So that's what I got from Bev Young. I don't know, the same problems with their work. I mean, like I said, I pointed out there's problems with their work. Nobody wants to look at that. So it's all about them getting paid. They're not really doing a very good job of representing the city. You can believe me, don't believe me, I can show you proof. You know, as I pointed out, problem with the electrical services agreement that you passed last week. Yeah, a lot of it is due to your staff, but there was one error in there from Bricker Graydon. On the development agreement, way bigger problems, and they are Bricker Graydon. Chris also said, he said $350,000. He said, I think I said 370. No, go back and watch. He never said he said 350 until I corrected him. I don't understand why this is always this way. You know, I asked you to have a town hall before this meeting so we could sit down and go over these things. You didn't respond to me, Frank. Right? Didn't respond to me. So I don't think you really care that things are accurate. All you care is what's the least, you know, what's easiest. Just let the staff continue to waste money, continue to come up here with things that are inaccurate. We don't really care. I just don't think anybody really cares. It's just what's easiest for us. Let's just get through this, especially Mayor Vetter. I mean, I don't think he pays attention to anything. He picks up his packet, says, oh, if I got some questions, I ask a half hour before the meeting. He told me that before the data center meeting. Seriously, I talked to him that afternoon. Told me he couldn't answer questions because he was representing the company. The company had told him not to say anything. Yeah, I got a recording of the conversation. So here we go. Tell me why we're paying them again. As Jonathan pointed out, the work has already been done. The work has already been done. You look at the staff report, he's absolutely right. I didn't want to hammer that point home the last time because I had my own, you know, I took my full 5 minutes the last time. I really don't have much else to say other than this just is rotten. You know, go back and watch the video. Look at what the guy got up and tried to defend after I spoke. Just that they were representing the city. He didn't contradict anything I claimed. Nothing. Nothing about the development agreement. Nothing. So, can we get some decent representation? Do we continue to have Bricker Graydon do a poor job of representing us? All you guys got a copy of this. This is an analysis of the developer agreement that shows how lopsided it is in favor of J5. I emailed it all to you. You've had plenty of time to look at it. You remember receiving it? I mean, I don't know what else to say. How do I get through to you? This is a bad deal. You know, you probably have to pay the bill because it's Bricker Graydon, but this work isn't very good. I just get a blank stare, never answer a question. This has got to change. Thank you.
You're welcome. Kim Heisler.
Again, Bricker Graydon, not excited, not a fan. Professional services, I mean, they do a lot of development agreements. City of Piqua stood out. They said it just lit up for them. I can see why. We got, the golden egg and we're giving it away. Again, they're the ones that got us in. Well, let me just go back and revisit November 3rd. In the statement that they had written and in the packet about recommending that the City Commission approve Resolution R-11425 and Ordinance O-1825. Further, in order to provide for and facilitate the project in a timely manner within the city, which actions support, okay, this is the important part, which actions support the immediate preservation of public peace, property, health, and safety. We recommend the City Commission suspend the requirement to read the resolution and ordinance on 3 separate days. So the opportune words there are preservation of the public peace, property, health, and safety. When I read that, it seemed like a threat to me that if you guys didn't pass it, it was going to be a problem on our end. But listen to that. Has there been any public peace at all? Or any of that preserved? Quite in fact, it's the opposite. And I don't understand that, yet we're continuing to use these guys over and over again on development agreements that are stacked for the other guys, not for us. I would recommend you guys continue to table this, find somebody else that's actually going to help us. That would be fantastic. Also in their flyer, I think it might be the same as what was in there last time in the packet. Where it actually shows that Bricker Graydon has experience assisting communities with following projects, to name only a few. It mentions Warren County Port Authority, Erie County Port Authority, Union Township, Claremont County, City of Middletown, Ohio. But this one here just says private developer. Okay. That is probably, one of the major things. But it still doesn't tell you the location. But it does say Bricker Graydon represented a large Central Ohio private developer in the development and sale of sites of 2 of the largest data center operators in the country. Private developer. I mean, it's interesting that he couldn't even mention where that location was because even that's secret. But the lake location shouldn't be secret, but it is. So it's really hard when you're dealing with such a large corporation that is stacked, very much stacked, and we're on the opposite side of that. We need to have, I would say table it, find somebody else to do this, because it's not, I don't know, I would like for you guys to fire them, actually. It would be great. Because they are not helping the peace in this city at all, and quite frankly, is making the exact opposite happen. We are not coming together. We are not creating peace. It's just not good at all. So there's that. Thanks.
Thank you. I have a comment card from Jonathan Wessel.
Good evening again, Mayor and Commission. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but there are some folks in Piqua who oppose this project. But outside of that group is what I believe is a larger group who oppose the way that it's been done. And I believe that the city's relationship with Bricker Graydon is emblematic of that way. So on July 9th, I submitted a public records request for details around this engagement, purchase orders, invoices, and payments. And as of tonight, I've received no response. But what I've learned here tonight is that if I call and interrupt somebody's day, I can probably get a response. If I show up with a camera and I stream it live on social media, I'll probably get a response. But if we do it the quote right way, so I made an account on Next Request and I went in and filled out the form and nothing. Yesterday I sent a follow-up email asking for just whatever had already been compiled. Thought it was very gracious, not trying to create an undue hardship, but obviously this is tabled for a reason, but nice to have the record there. It would have been awesome if the city just followed the law or had the courtesy to respond. But I think we have enough to understand what happened here. So our books, I think, show one side of a ledger. So on November the 3rd, this purchase order was $140,000. As Chris mentioned, same night, the commission raised that to $285,000. So 8 weeks later, on January the 8th, Brecka Graydon had invoiced us on that PO just shy of $281,000.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so this came from a public records request, and you can see the date at the bottom there is January the 8th. And so Brecka Graydon is listed at the vendor at the bottom of the first page there, and you flip the page, it has the details for this same purchase order. And so you can see that as of January the 8th, we had been invoiced just shy of $281,000 of that $285,000. So there were 8 weeks between November the 3rd and January the 8th. And we were invoiced for $140,000 of work in 8 weeks. But in the 26 weeks since then, so that's January 8th till this is brought to you 2 weeks ago, that only left $4,000. So we are expected to believe that somehow we incurred time and materials at the rate of $140,000 in 8 weeks, but then $4,000 in the subsequent 26 weeks. So what I believe is on the other side of that ledger is that if you called the accounts receivable department at Brecka Graydon and you asked them what the city of Piqua owes them, I don't believe you would hear the $1,400. I think that you would hear a number with tens of thousands in front of it, both for work performed and then work in progress. Now, I think both of those things can be true at the same time. It's not an accounting error, this is a governance problem. So work was done outside the purchase order process without approval before it was done. Not saying that we paid above the $285,000, but that we authorized a vendor to do work beyond the purchase order amount that you guys approved. So there's no question that that does not serve the public interest, which others brought up, kind of questions the whole relationship here. But so I think the real question for this resolution is, can you vote this down? Can you say no? Because I think they already did the work. You already passed most of the work last week. So if you can't vote this down, then we have to ask ourselves, how did we get here? And what is going to be done to fix it? So gentlemen, you don't build trust by keeping people in the dark and telling them that the lights are on. You don't build trust by asking people to ignore the evidence in front of them. So I would ask that you vote down this resolution, and that you ask for a meeting with Jones Day or Dinsmore or any of Brecka Graydon's other competitors. I'm sure they'd be happy to sit down and get us a better power deal. Thank you.
I have a comment card from Valerie Mulligan.
Good evening once again. I was here at that November meeting, and I had read the letter from Mr. Bell from this law group prior to, and then I read that letter out loud at this commission meeting. A couple of things stood out to me when I looked at this law group. Part of this law group, before they became Brecka Graydon, they were separate, represented the people that were involved in the battery burnings here in Piqua. And we're using the same lineage of a law group in a deal with a data center. What alarmed me that night was, one, you guys did not adhere to a 3-reading rule at the begging of your constituency. You took a letter from a lawyer who postured himself that night here at this podium. And I want to leave you with that tonight. I want you to hear the words that he said, and his statement was, as he looked in the audience, pointing his finger at everybody in the audience, it's only $1 billion deal. We've got plenty of communities that would love to have a data center. We can go somewhere else. You paid for somebody to represent our city that just waxed you that night and put you on a chopping block for a bunch of money for nothing. That is not okay. You pay them to represent us, the citizens, the community, the city, the township, and everybody right here that's here tonight, that's been here, that's been coming. You guys pay them to represent we the people, not the data centers that are going to be geocaching all of us while we're sitting at Lock 9. Thank you.
I have a comment card from Soleil Larson.
When you guys tabled this, that was to give you more time to actually get an understanding of what's going on in your city. I don't know what you've done. I don't know if you've done anything because you guys don't talk to us. You've decided to listen to a law director who tells you that the lawsuit that was settled for trespassing our constituents for speaking at this mic is preventing you from talking. Well, that's insane. It's not doing that. It doesn't say that in the order. I've read it. I have a copy of it. Do you? Nobody in their right mind would interpret it that way. So if your law director told you that you have to be quiet because of that trespassing that the previous city commission, of which veteran DeBras are part of, trespassed good citizens who were alerting them to the battery burning that was being done without a valid permit. Think about that. You have good people telling you the truth with evidence in their pocket, and you trespass them and you tell them you can't come back in the building. Wow. What does that say? Tyranny? That's what it says to me. That says we've got a city government that tells you guys what to do, and you listen, and you do it. And you don't question it, and you don't realize that it's your job to make sure they don't screw us. That's your job, to make sure they don't screw us, to make sure that those people that are hired, not elected, do what's right. They've got a broken PO system that they say they fixed. I don't believe them. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. I don't think so. I saw the POs with my own 2 eyes. I don't buy it. I've audited lots of computer systems. We're in trouble, guys. Big trouble. All levels of government have been alerted to Piqua and its corruption and its inaccuracies, its lack of due diligence, its malfeasance, all of them. It's only a matter of time till they all come tromping on this door. Anybody who's not afraid, who's done what's right, and has just made a few mistakes, they may or may not keep their job. Depends on how bad the mistakes were. But they're all going to get caught. They're all getting caught. We're bringing this stuff to you, and you're still listening to them as they ramble and don't tell you the truth. That's a mistake that you guys are making. The people here that show up don't want to be here. I can guarantee you I don't want to be here. Piqua is the only government I've ever come to the meetings. I don't want to be here. I would really like you guys to step it up, keep your promises, work with the 5 of you to figure out, if you don't know how to do an audit of the city and you don't know what's required, I can tell you. I don't like to find people that are committing fraud. Everywhere God has sent me, I've put people in jail. I didn't want to. I'd hoped that 20-year employee that never went on vacation, well, she made a mistake. She went on vacation. She was kiting. If you don't know what kiting is, it means she takes a Lex cash receipt and applies it to another customer. She keeps the cash herself. It takes diligence to find that kind of fraud. The most trusted long-term employees are the ones that do it because they don't feel valued and they feel like they get away with it. It's sad but true. Really sad, but true. The previous commission giving away the farm on this AES deal when they're already doing the data center. Wilmington got their stop because they broke a zoning ordinance. Because they didn't follow the zoning ordinance. They had a Kyle Hinkleman there that said, oh, I don't have to follow it. I can just do what I want. Okay, well, it'll stop the deals, you guys. All those mistakes that you let them make, they're breaking the law. But you guys are like, oh, it's just a mistake. It's not. It's breaking the law. Please get this tonight. The people need you to get this. For 3 of you, you've only got 3 months left in office, so make it a good 3.
I have a final comment card from Alicia Lang.
I think we're all like very, very sick of this. It's like repetitive. I think that was my comment last meeting. There's a pattern, it's repetition. And you've got very good people here who, I'm just going to do some quotes again. Because why say it when it's already been said? Einstein, once again, on my 23andMe. Not really, I didn't use that one. So, Einstein said, everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it's stupid. We have a ton of people here with a lot of skills, a lot of education, a lot of background. We've got 14 years as an auditor. We've got engineers. We've got people that negotiate deals on $1 billion level. And you just sit here. These are gifts. These are blessings that we have in this town. These are ways that you can absorb and learn from the people. I learned that this is supposed to be a robust discussion. These are supposed to be robust discussions, and I believe that's because knowledge goes both ways. So, there's so many people that love this town. We just want to keep the snakes out of the grass, so to speak, right? We would like to keep the grass low so we can see the snakes in the grass. We want to coexist with all of you. It's a beautiful thing about America, right? A beautiful thing, like someone from another town can send me a meme about somebody that looks like they're pooping and I can put it up there and not be arrested, right? That's a beautiful thing. So I'd like to also quote Winston Churchill. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. And we shall fight in the hills, and we shall never surrender. That's a lot of shalls, and there were a lot of shalls and some agreements too, and a lot of whereas statements. People are upset. Be the heroes. Be our heroes. This law firm, from how I understand the research I have done, it's had 3 different names, maybe more, since the battery fiasco, right? You used them for the battery crap. It was Bricker something else. Now it's Bricker this, and now it's Bricker that. There's another one, just changed. Lots of names, lots of names. So, I just implore you to do the right thing. I've got people in this chat just wanting to say things to you. People are so thankful that people like me are coming up here and speaking for the bees. Okay? Please listen. People are wanting to say so much. They're frightened. Investigate this, do that. They're in big trouble. We don't need trouble here. We just want to coexist. We want to sit on our couches and watch things and trust that you are doing your job. That we don't have to monitor you, that we don't have to go through 300 and something frickin' pages that you don't go through, that you don't even, you're the mayor, and we have you on recording stating that you don't even read this stuff. You pick it up, and if you have some questions, well, then maybe you'll ask some questions. That is sad, sir, that is sad. Please, do better. Vetter, do better, Vetter. That's a good little chant. Maybe we should use that one. Maybe we will. You know, another good chant would be is, you don't give a crap about Lily Crap. I do, because he's from this town. Honor the people in this town. You're honoring people that aren't from here. Why? They change their names, they hide things, we've got all these invoices. Come on, man, do better. You can do better. I got faith in you. We can forgive you. Just do the right thing.
Thanks for your comment. I believe that's the last comment I have in reference to resolution number R-81-26. That has been untabled, and we have final questions from commission.
Well, I don't have the power to single-handedly fire anybody who's a vendor with the city, but if I did, you'd be fired as of like last fall. Because anybody that stands up here and says, you know, we need to get rid of the 3 reading rule to protect the public peace, and then basically as a result of that, we've frozen them out of the referendum process so that they can't fight what got shoved down their throats. That's a problem I have. You can look forward to a no from me.
Other comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the question in reference to resolution number R-81-26.
You want a roll call?
Let's get a motion first. Is there a motion to act on that resolution?
I'd like to make a motion to table it until I get the numbers that make sense to me.
Okay.
Second that.
There's too many different numbers floating around, and I don't know who's right and who's wrong, but I'd like to know who's right and who's wrong.
You're making that in the form of a motion, and Paul's seconding that. We have a motion to table, actually retable, resolution number R-81-26. Let's take a roll call.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Walker?
Aye.
Mayor Vetter?
No.
Commissioner Wade?
Aye.
Commissioner DeBras?
Aye.
So the resolution number R-81-26 is tabled again. Now, we have a couple of last things to do, and it's getting late, and I wonder, is there interest in continuing to do that? Yeah. Are we? Yeah, we're getting pretty tired. I think.
Teeth are falling out.
So let's, we're gonna
Literally.
suspend the city manager's report, the commissioner's comments, and the non-agenda public portion of the meeting.
I'd like Jill Wilson to speak about the Thursday to Tuesday night out.
Is he still here?
Yep.
He's still here.
I'd like to have him at least.
Joe, would you like to come forward? You've been pretty patient.
Well, that's one of us.
Anyway, Joe Wilson. I'm just here to tell you about an event we have with the Piqua Caldwell Historic District on August 4th, which is 2 weeks from tonight, 6 to 8 o'clock. We're going to have, basically it's a national night out, even though it's technically not that, but we're going to have it anyway again this year. Most of the events will be down in Troy this year for some reason, which I don't quite understand, but we decided to have our party like we always have in the past on the 4th. Again, we're going to have a meal, kind of a picnic meal. We're going to have a lot of good entertainment. It's circus cowboy entertainment, if that makes any sense. We're going to have an aerial act 20 foot in the air with fire involved. We're going to have, I think, a fire lasso. I'm not sure what that is. And we're going to have a fire eater, which I've never seen. And hopefully we'll have the fire hydrant open in case he burns himself. But he'll be there. And then we're going to have a lady on stilts who will be our MC, and she was really funny last year. And we're also going to have a fire contortionist, which, again, I'm not exactly sure what that is, but it'll be fun to see. We'll have 4 different shows from 6 to 8. We'll also have a chair massage there as well, in case you're sore. And we'll have a kids zone with face painting, balloons, cotton candy, snow cones, hula hoops, mini stilts for the kids if they want to try to do the stilts, and we'll have a big, I guess, a suds area for the kids to play around with. And I just found out this week that we're also going to have the police do a demonstration with drones to show everybody that, which will be a lot of fun. So, again, everyone's invited. There's no cost to do any of this, so please come have fun. We'll be at the corner of Green Street and Downing Street in front of St. Paul's Church. So again, it's 6 to 8. Hopefully we'll see a lot of you guys there. And it's been fun in the past. I don't know, you usually come in that big Jeep thing, or whatever you call that. I think that's going to be maybe in Troy this year. But anyway, we're inviting everyone to come and visit us, have fun, and that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we adjourn tonight's meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We are adjourned.